Hello. Let me know if this sounds all right. I've been tinking around with the audio, so I hope this sounds okay. Still setting up some stuff for this presentation. Hello, Boy the Blue. Hey, Chaotic. Thanks for joining. Where did I put this? I have two folders named ZZZ, but they're both different folders. It's not helpful. Oops. Hello. Chat. I don't know what's going to pop up on screen if I do this. Now I need to adjust that audio. Hold up. Hey, Polychromatica. Good to see you. Okay, that's fine. Hello, the real Buster Blader. Hello, Electro. Just give me a moment. I need to adjust some stuff with OBS. That way when I do this presentation, y'all can actually see it. That's how it was done. That's right. Okay. And then change the window capture to this thing over here. I don't want the tip of the day. Stop doing that. That's funny. I hope that's the right one. Yes, that should be the right one. Hey, Last Order. How's it going? The real hype is the agent in the side 2 of 2.7 for me. That's a... We'll see. No promises. I don't think it's going to be who people think it is. I really don't think it's going to be Billy. There's a possibility it's Seth's brother, but right now Seth's brother is kind of set up as like a villainous not a villainous person, but an antagonist. I don't think it'll be Seth's brother. It's possible, I just don't think it is. Let me make this background more interesting for you guys to look at. There we go. It's a bit more visually interesting. It could be. Tomiya. Goat, you'll have to remind me, who is Tomiya again? Because I usually keep up with that stuff, but for some reason, the name's not crossing my mind. I'm not too sure. I might just say this now. I might even pull this up. Why not? I'll get up a picture of her so that way we don't have to worry about. Where is it? Fandom. I'm gonna need a picture of this character anyway, so I might as well just get it now. Isolde? That's a great guess. That is one of the guesses of all time. You're gonna have to keep waiting. She is right now. She is very dead. So maybe that has like that might do something to prevent her from coming back into the game. For reasons. I mean, technically, Magus died and she's back, so it's possible. Maybe Orphe just gets another tail. All right. Let's show her on this screen now. As of right now, I am not too sure if I'm going to get... Is it Suna? Suna? However you pronounce her name. I'm not too sure if I'm going to get her. I will talk about her in a little bit. It's nothing against her specifically. It's just, I think I might be more interested in Aria than her. In terms of her gameplay. I'm not too sure entirely. Again, I really don't know much about this group. I am not like an Angels of... I'm not a Delulu. I think that's what they call them. I'm not a fanboy of the group. I hope the group is fun. I hope they're fun to play. I hope they're enjoyable. I hope they're promoted well. But I'm not personally excited for them, and that's why I set the poll. Speaking of which, I should probably end it. Okay. That's about what I thought. Hello, Mr. Garden. Hi, guys. I think, yeah, because they're two N's, I think it's Sunna. But it could be Suna. You never know. You never know. Prediction. Yo, Jimbo gets hit with a DMCA. Because he's going to be colored green. It's funny you mentioned that. One of my videos, previous videos, just got struck by like a claim because I used footage from the NFL. That was in one of my power creep videos. And it just happened yesterday. So now I'm disputing it. So hopefully that goes over well. Hello, 10 Start. Yeah, I don't want to Suna, it's Suna. I was workshopping that joke for like 2 minutes 2 hours ago. It's not very good. Oh, that's right. People are so used to calling her by her pre-release name, they're still calling her Chinatsu or something. That is pretty funny. Chaotic Vice, with how the current meta been so anti-anomaly and how Fiend hasn't really catered towards anomaly agents. It's not particularly exciting to roll for Angels of Delusion unless you're a fan. That's a great point. In fact, that might be addressed in the video we talk about. Let's see if this looks right. Oh, nope, that was... Why did this get resized incorrectly? That's also the wrong one. What the heck? Anyway, that's fine. Is it this one? Nope, that was the same one. What the heck? Is it tip of the day? Why would that be it? Stop it. Okay. I hope I don't have to reset this thing. Or unless it could be further down. Did I not scroll down all the way for this? Yes, I know the screen's not working right now. I am trying to do a window capture so that way I can adjust the screen a bit better. Now I'm going to do a pro gamer move by closing it out for right now. Turning the game capture back on. Yes, another PowerPoint. Yeah, Ruben, that's usually how YouTubers go. Like, you like this joke? Ha ha ha. And it's like, no. Oh, ha. It's not like I get like real-time feedback from everyone. If I had someone in the room or someone on call, that'd be one thing. You like intelligent constructs and hope the story revolves around that. It most definitely will. There's going to be a whole thing like, I'm not really a human, but I feel human emotions. They're essentially a gateway to talk about the human condition. I think AOD will just have their little niche, and a bit of shilling and 3x characters will matter more. That's very possible. That is possible. Let's see. Let me try this again. And if this doesn't work, we will force it to work one way or another. Okay. So now if I do start from first slide, it should pop up as its own separate thing. Nope. It does not want to show that. It really doesn't want to show it. That's so weird. Do I have to... Hold on. If I do this, will that change it? That will change it on yours? That's not what I want it to do. Whoops. Now I can't see anything. Okay, that was a bad idea. That was not the right move. Okay, we will do this the less interesting way. I should have taken more time to set this up properly. We are going to close my calculators because I don't need them. We're going to close this, close this, close this. Oh, and my music stopped. Why did my music stop? I have this on repeat. Hi, Jimbo. I just want your thoughts on a Kaleda buff idea I had. Kaleda could provide buffs based on how fast you stun the enemy. That's pretty interesting. It's not a bad idea. Polychromatica, Aria would be your first anomaly agent? That's crazy. I know you have Piper. It'll be the first one you use. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Don't worry. Where is it? This is annoying. All right, one more try. One more time. I know if I do this, it'll work. But that's not what I want it to be, because then you can, like, it's not formatted properly. I want to do slideshow, start from first slide. But then it still doesn't show up properly on your side of the screen. I hope I don't have to, like, restart VLC or something. Or I might just have to create a new window capture. That's probably what it is. New window capture. There we go. That's it. Okay. Now we're cooking. Whoops. Where did I go? Oh, I disappeared because I don't have it ordered properly. There we go. This is what I get for not setting things up beforehand. So now I have to resize this to be... I mean, I don't have to resize it. I'm just choosing to. Because it looks a bit better if I resize it like that. I moved it over 160 pixels. Transform. Edit transform. Not crop left, but position. Hold up. I got this. Order. Hold up. Sorry. We are experiencing some technical difficulties, chat. That's not the capture. You can look at Monoto some more. I'm honestly skipping until either Ellen comes out again, Miyabi, or any of my daughter, Fufu or Labubu. So this patch I'm saving or pulling for engines for other agents I already have. That's interesting. As a Hugo enjoyer, this all sounds good. Polychromatica, you have an M4 Grace? That's pretty good! Let's see. This should be very easy to fix. Okay. Copy that. Copy that. Copy that. And then that should be it. Edit transform. It's the 160. Now let's see that window capture. Hey, there we go. It's not as... It shouldn't be that low. that wasn't right either. Hold up. There might be one more thing. One more issue. Or actually, you know what? I'm a silly person. I'm silly. I'm crazy. I didn't need to do what I just did. If I just double clicked on it, I could have actually gone to the actual correct version. There we go. Look at that. See? I know what I'm doing. Not really. Okay. Chat. Today, actually, I should start my recording first and foremost. I actually did it correct. I forgot to split my microphone audio. So this way, when I start the recording, it will record my mic on a separate track. That won't have the background footage. Now let me set this so I can actually see what I'm doing. Whoops, I'm not supposed to see that. Oh, you know what? There's a problem here. Big problem. I forgot to set things up properly. Whoops, I forgot to animate the slides. You know what? That's part of the learning experience, baby. This should be very easy. In fact, I'll just do it on the display capture real quick. So that way you can see what I'm doing. Here you are, chat. Woo! The game doesn't hate Anomaly, at least. That's... we'll talk about that. We are going to add the animations to this real quick. They are supposed to be on click. There we go. And I'm going to do this for the next couple dozen or so slides. So I'm going to take that off. But we're working out some technical difficulties. Nothing's changed. We're just going to chat for a bit. And I do use LibreOffice because I hate Microsoft Office. Just not a fan. Just not a fan. That's the wrong one. It's a shame Anomaly has been screwed over this season. I got Yanagi specifically because I needed a good electric DPS. Yeah, we will. Actually, I don't have much to say about Yanagi in this video specifically, at least in this presentation. I indirectly talk about her, but I more so focus on other aspects of Anomaly. The biggest issue with Yanagi is that theoretically she was designed to be the strongest support for Miyabi, and she wasn't. The best Miyabi teams do not include Yanagi. As odd as that sounds. They're still good teams, but I think people were expecting her to be like Miyabi, Yanagi to be the strongest team possible, and that was never the case. And so that stinks if you're Yanagi. It's still a good team. It's just not the best possible team. Especially considering how much you have to spend for her. Did I see Zanagi's video on it? No, I did not. I'm looking at you. Ye Shengguang will be an S-rank defense. Oh, Ye Shuyan. S-rank defense agent have perfect synergy. That's possible. Honestly, Ye Shuyan is like one character they could always come back to. It's almost like Honkai Star Rail has a character named Sunday. Sunday was like the main villain for an entire season, and then he eventually he got Talk no Jutsu into being a good guy again. So Ye Shuyan is kind of written in the story of like, I'm off on my own adventures. This is kind of story spoilers, but not specific. It's like, I'm off doing my own thing now, and I'll come back when the time is right, aka when the plot demands it. And then I have to make sure this one slide does not only has these transition for one of them. There we go. And if it doesn't work properly, that's fine. It's only one thing. I can force it in the edit of the actual video. That's right, Chaotic Bites. It's not like Yanagi only is stuck to being with Miyabi. And we'll talk, I will talk about that, don't worry. It was just that on release, people were thinking, oh man, Yanagi and Miyabi will be the strongest team, and that was not close. That was not the case. And this should be the last one. There we go. See, chat? I came totally prepared. And what I didn't prepare for, I fixed in time, so it didn't matter. Yes, Shuyin will return in Avengers Endgame. Open Office is also a pretty good one. I just don't like Microsoft's, like, you want to store stuff in the cloud? It's like, no, I don't want to use your terrible cloud service. Stop it. Okay, now for real. Now for real this time. I did not stop recording, so I might actually just put this in the actual video. Why not? Not all of it, but some of this. And now I have to go back to presenting this. There we go. That is right, Zena. The community did change how they played Miyabi for better or for worse. I will show that. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I can do this. Yeah, that's better. Oh, actually, no, because it shows the display capture. Oh. I thought that was a fun idea. I mean, I can do it, but it just looks weird. Yeshuyan could be a DPS, but if they were to release him, I think they would want him to have some synergy with Yeshunguang. I was reading the name and I said synergy with Yeshuyan. It's like that's his name. He's gonna have synergy with himself. That's not right. Hey Socks, how's it going? See, I would love to switch to Linux, but I don't want to have to take the time to learn Linux. Like, I've done it before on my old laptops, but it's not one I've liked to stick with just because you plug something into Microsoft and it just, sorry, not Microsoft, to Windows. You plug it in and it just works. I don't have the luxury of the free time of spending 30 minutes troubleshooting why one device isn't working properly. If I were, if I had more free time, if that were something I really love to do, I wouldn't mind it. But there are other things I'd rather do with my time. So, now that I've talked so much, I need some water. Chat, let me know if my voice sounds a bit better. I'm using a different sound suppression thing. Noise suppression software. So that way I don't sound as muddled as I did before. And the audio should still be in the background for you all. Yeah, it's driver compatibility. That's usually what it is. Goat, that's a great question. Socks, you have not missed anything because for the first 20 minutes, I realized that I did not animate the transitions so they was all appearing on at the same time. Thank you, Socks. So, now with all of that said, chat, YouTube, today we are talking about anomaly characters and why Hoyo seems to hate them right now and how Aria might be able to change this. For those who don't know, I guess it's been officially revealed Aria's an ether anomaly agent for the Angels of Delusion. Before we actually start talking about anomaly agents, let's first talk about the history of the anomaly class in general. Yes, Polychromatica class is in session. Hopefully I won't have as much stuttering this time. Last time I came back from a committee meeting and I was very unprepared. And also my settings were all not weird, but not exactly to what I was wanting it to be. I was very nervous. Hopefully this is a lot smoother. So, One thing that is very important to know is that the only way to get anomaly agents was to spend money. When you started the game, you really did not have options. You had to spend money in some way, shape, or form. 1.1 is when they released Jane. 1.2 was Bernice. 1.3 was Yanagi, and Miyabi was 1.4. You could get Grace if you were lucky. Like, if you just happened to pull a standard agent, there's a possibility you got Grace. And if you wanted one anomaly agent, you were stuck with Piper. Like, Piper was the only option available. But because of the team she wants to be in, you still want a character like Bernice or Grace. So you would still really want to pull for those agents. Grace was your first S rank. That's either a good thing or a bad thing. Depending on the teams you were running. The other thing Anomaly had is that because they were on a banner so frequently, the game created a lot of end-game matchups that made them look really good. And they also did not really have any bad matchups. And by bad matchups, I mean there was never a fight where you were thinking, man, I wish I didn't have an Anomaly agent. Or you're saying, man, I wish I had an attack team instead. Usually in most fights, early on in the game's life, I'm not talking about like 2.5, I'm talking about 1.4. Having an Anomaly team was a really good thing. And yes, there's a reason Rampant Brute was released alongside Jane. On Jane's release, I swear, so many people were hyping up Jane as this like, oh my gosh, she deals so much damage. Can you believe it? And I see all the videos they're using Jane in. They're using Jane against Rampant Brute. Rampant Brute, the first thing he does is shock himself. And you need any other anomaly to disorder him. It's like, yeah, of course Jane's going to look good against the boss that literally disorders himself. Hello? That's also why Jane didn't feel as good later, because people realized that, oh, wait, I can't get disorders with Jane by herself? No, you can't. You need Bernice. That's why we're selling you Bernice. Ooh, don't you want a disorder with Jane? It's like, okay. Rampant Brute's a good boss. You don't need to have an Anomaly team to beat him. He's just really good with Anomaly teams. Hi, Kearney. It's hard. From my end, it looks like Kimmy. It's like, that's not Kimmy. That's Kearney. Hello. Another thing about Anomaly teams. They benefited really well with the ult changes. They were already good before, and the ult changes made them even better. I don't think I can fully describe how impactful the ult changes in 1.4 were for Anomaly teams specifically. Compared to attackers, I actually say this on the next slide, so I'll just talk about the next slide. I'm pretty sure it's on the next slide. Yeah, it is. As a result of all of this, Anomaly was way overtuned compared to other classes. Anomaly could do everything that attack could do. That's not the right word. That attack could do in terms of damage, but they were just better. The Jew Doom posts with the ult changes were wild. That is true. I remember a lot of people thinking, oh man, because you get the decibels will be split up now, Juyin won't be able to ult as much. That was very a true concern people had. That was very funny to see. That ended up not being true, but for Anomaly teams, 2 DPSs are better than 1. Your damage is much more consistent and it's much more powerful, especially because compared to a typical attacker team, you're basically funneling all your damage into one character. Here's a better idea. What if we could funnel like 70% of those buffs into 2 characters? And because they both get ults and you're both building them as DPSs, they're both dealing a lot maybe not as much high, your damage ceiling is not as high, but it's much more consistent across the board than like an attacker DPS is, where it might spike during stun and then the rest of the time it's kind of flat. Whereas with anomaly teams, it's pretty much always high, depending on how quickly you can disorder. In fact, they were so good, they were even able to steal agents designed for attackers. And not only that, they use those agents very well. Do I have this up here? No. Yeah. Turns out, Trigger has an additional that increases her days, and that never matters because it's only her days on her Aftershock basics. You know what does matter though? A relatively unconditional 35% damage buff. And if you have her W engine, a 25% defense shred. Trigger was absolutely unintentionally really good with anomaly teams. It was actually crazy. And it's not that Trigger was better on anomaly teams, but because anomaly teams were already relatively better, putting Trigger on anomaly team was usually a stronger move than to put Trigger on your attacker team. So now that that's out of the way, that's around like the 1.5, 1.6-ish era, because Trigger came out in 1.6. Let's advance a little bit further past that. Versions 1.7 to 2.1. We got Vivian, Alice, and Yuzuha. These characters are really important. Vivian is really important for a variety of reasons. Because of the game's design, the game essentially gave away physical, electric, and fire agents relatively to most accounts. So like Billy's physical, Ambi's electric. Fire was technically not given away that much, but fire was not really an element they were selling agents based off of. Like even with Bernice didn't get a ton of fire weak enemies. But because ether and ice were the two very most important elements they were selling, Vivian gets the benefit of having very few ether resistant enemies. Meaning pretty much in every fight, except against maybe the Jester. It's Sacrifice Jester, right? Or Heretic Jester, whatever his name is. The clown guy. Clown snowman guy, you know him. He actually resists ether, so that's interesting. But apart from that, pretty much any anomaly fight you would want to bring Vivian in, Vivian was incredibly good. Her Oblooms made her damage more accessible and more powerful than Bernice in anomaly teams. The reason is, Bernice is very reliant on having energy. Did I say this on the next slide? Yes. Because Bernice is much more reliant on energy than Vivian, there are times when Bernice just doesn't have the energy to do the thing she wanted to do. This is pre-buff Bernice, by the way. I know. Yeah, Bernice has been buffed. Great. Pre-buff Bernice. She did not really have a ton of energy unless you pulled for her W engine. Vivian never had to worry about that because Vivian's Oblooms were not reliant on her energy. They were based on her guard feathers that you converted to... No, you convert flight feathers to guard feathers in one way or the other. Whatever. You convert one to the other. And so because of that, she was much more reliable on getting your Oblooms, which in turn makes your disorders more reliable as well. As for Alice, the best way I can describe Alice is that Alice is like the really good qualities of Yanagi with the really good qualities of Miyabi. Alice can disorder, like Yanagi's cool thing is that she can get a part of her own disorder buffs. Like she can get her own personal disorders that are a little bit, they're not underpowered, but they're not full power disorders. They're a little bit powered. They're powerful, but not super powerful. Alice just has that. And she has it on her charged basic. which is, oh my gosh, a level 3 charged basic? No way. That's crazy. There's no way they would release another agent with a level 3 charged basic. That's crazy. Yeah, Alice is cool. This is not downplaying Alice in any way. It's just, wow, Alice is just really good. And then we get to Yuzuha. Oh my gosh, what is this character? This character was the support anomaly agents dreamed of. Like, this was by far the greatest anomaly support they could have ever made. She gives 1200 attack. She has her own unique anomaly buildup, which means her stats won't be calculated in the final damage. The short version is that makes your anomalies more powerful than just having a... If Rina's on your shock team, Rina technically downgrades shock damage because that calculates her stats as part of the shock damage. The point is, you don't have to worry about her base stats ruining your anomaly damage. And she had, depending on how you built her, she could give around 12% anomaly buildup, anomaly damage, disorder damage, and the entire team 25 energy whenever she ults. It's crazy. And you might think, wow, this is like really giant statistics for the team. The important thing is not that she just like, it's not the only important thing is the anomaly buildup she gave to the team. It's the giant stat stick she provides. Anomaly is a bit harder to build than attack teams from a substat perspective, because they really only want attack percent and anomaly proficiency. And that's harder than attackers can get attack or crit rate or crit damage. Yuzuha comes in and says, hey, here's a giant wall of stats. And on top of that, if you got her W engine, her additional buff would max out at 20%. And then her W engine would give 30 base anomaly mastery and 60 base anomaly proficiency. I think that's what it was. Let me double check that. Because I double checked this recently. But I just want to make sure. Because I know it's a buff that applied to her specifically. But I don't know if she gave that buff to the team. Let me double check. Okay. Correction. That anomaly mastery buff was only for Yuzuha. But because of Yuzuha's special anomaly buildup stuff, that essentially meant you got more disorders anyway. Because of how Yuzuha plays. Yeah, another thing, as Century Drift... Is it Century Drift? Sorry. Yes, Century Drift pointed out. Yuzuha is just... How do I say this properly? Yuzuha is better than Astra, because Astra does not deal damage or daze. Yuzuha does both. Like, Yuzuha's damage is actually really relevant. Unorthodox, you are not late. You can rewind a bit if you want, put it at double speed. I'm just talking about Yuzuha right now, and with how powerful Yuzuha is, these are signs of the end. But before we get there, let's talk a bit about the Void Hunter in the room, Miyabi. Here's the thing about Miyabi. Miyabi is the weirdest anomaly agent because she's a crit DPS. Who also has high enough anomaly mastery to make freezing enemies reliable. The other thing about Miyabi is that basically not every, I'll say 70%, I'll make up a number that sounds right. 70% of the important enemies in Season 1 were just weak to ice. So Miyabi was just good everywhere. It was actually insane. I don't think I can fully convey how powerful she is in her ideal environment, but I will try a bit later. I don't know if I'll show it right now. I might show some of it now, but I think I'll show it at a later time. I do have a video prepped for it. So what was the best of Anomaly? Out of all of what we just talked about, about how powerful and influential anomaly agents were and what they did for the game. What were the 2 most powerful anomaly teams of all time? Mono / Yuzu Ice, Alice, Yuzuha, Jane. You notice something odd about this? Like, fundamentally speaking, doesn't this look weird? Where's the disorders? These are all physical agents. Mono Ice, they're all ice agents. How can you disorder with that? Hello? Well, that's the funny part. So very briefly, the funny thing about Mono Ice is that freezing an enemy pauses everything about them. You might think, what do you mean by everything? I mean, that includes their stun duration. For those who don't know, Frost and Ice are separate anomalies. And because of that, you could chain your Frost freezes and your Ice freezes back to back. And because Frost is a special anomaly that's just Ice but better, you could chain your freezes back to back, and that would give you disorders for some reason. You can guess where this ended the class. What do you suppose happens to an enemy that is always frozen? Take a wild guess while I pull up this video for you guys. This is not my video. Whoops, that's the wrong slide. Whoops, we'll fix that later. Where is OBS? Come on. Display capture. There we go. I saw this on... I found the original source for this video and I downloaded it myself. So, I need to remind myself, is this the... So this is an M0 team. They have their W engines. But otherwise they are Mindscape 0. Even, actually, it's less than Mindscape 0. Yuzuha doesn't have her W engine, but Miyabi does. You can see down here. I want you to look at the top left. Sorry, top right. I want you to look up here. When this goes to the colored numbers, I want you to count with me. We'll count together. We'll slow it down, in fact. All right, so now it started flashing. Pay close attention to this number up here. It says 218. We went forward, how far forward did we go? We went forward about 5 seconds, or 8 seconds. He's still stunned. Another 5 seconds. He's still stunned. Another 5 seconds, still stunned. Another. Oh my gosh. Let's look at the ending time for when this stun ends. This started at 218. It is now 149. Yeah. That's, if you're wondering, and you might think, oh wow, that's really long. That's like 30 seconds. It's basically 30 seconds. We're gonna round. Well, 29, whatever, we're rounding. It's 30 seconds. You might think, wow, that's insane. That's really good. It gets even better. If you have a Mindscape 1 Miyabi with a Mindscape 2 Yuzuha, you can get something that looks like this. I don't know if it's right here specifically. It might be the next one, but again, pay close attention to the timer. So he's stunned right here. He's entering his stun wobbly whatever phase. The timer says 214. Now let's advance. Let's keep advancing. Let's keep advancing. Let's keep advancing? Hello? Huh? What is this nonsense? Hello? What is that time? We're going back. I can't tell exactly where we are. Okay, a bit further back. It ends... It pretty much ends during the Yuzuha's chain attack. So we'll say it ended... we'll say it ended right here. It's like 124. Reminder, this started at like... It ended at 124 and it started at 214. That's what happens when you can chain freezes back to back. So, as you can guess, there is a reason. Some people might wonder, why did they take away the ability to freeze enemies? It's because of nonsense like this. Yes, this is, by all means, not an intentional design choice. This is definitely an accident. I mean, it's not a surprise. Hoyo making freezing enemies too strong and then making it so no enemies are freezable anymore. That's insane. But that is par for the course. So when you ask, like, why are they making enemies not freezable anymore? It's because of this reason. And honestly, it's not even Miyabi's fault, really. It's this lady here. It's this girl here. Sokaku is the only reason these teams are viable. If you remove Sokaku from these teams are never this good. This is why they also don't... They bring back Season 1 bosses seldomly. So that Miyabi players can feel good. They can feel alive or something. I don't know. The point is, this is just not fair for any other characters. They can't do this stuff. And yes, over the course of this, I'm pretty sure Miyabi does get like 7 enhanced charge 3 basics. You got 2 more stacks here. She has enough EXs to do 2 here. Oh, she got it already. That's 2. I mean, we can count them all if you want. But if you've seen Kete has shown this off already. But why not? We'll just watch it for fun. And I will link the full video in the comments later. That's 4. That's 5. We're about to get 6 and 7. So that was 6. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think that was just 6. Or it might have been... It could have been 7. I miscounted. I wasn't sure. Whatever. The point is, that's a lot of enhanced basic 3s, and that's a 50-second stun. Look at this score. This is a 40... We'll round up. It's 46,000. It started at 10,000. He got 36,000... Yeah, 36,000 points during one stun rotation against Bringer. That's insane! That's fair, Chaotic Vice. Yeah, so the point is, this is one of the strongest teams in the game. And it's very unfair to every other class. Now, very quickly, I will try to skim over... I'm not trying to skim over this. I don't have Alice and I don't have Jane. So, like, I am speaking from a little bit of inexperience. Why this team specifically? Like, why not Alice and Vivian? Like, why is Jane here? Because Jane has a fun little quirk. Her core allows assaults to crit. There's like a fixed number thing to this. Basically, your assaults will deal more damage. That's what it means. This damage is also buffed at Mindscape 2. And funny thing about Alice's charged basic 3, it is a guaranteed disorder even with physical. And she can build up her blade etiquette to do her charged basics very well. Oops, that was the end of the slide. So essentially, Jane is a glorified support that just says our assaults will deal more damage, and our guaranteed assaults are also going to crit. And they're not a crit, but they're a special crit, whatever. Our assaults are going to crit, and they're also going to disorder. So if you've noticed, here's an issue. What do these teams have in the terms of limitations? If you put these teams, Mono Ice and Yuzuha, Alice, Jane, if you put them in their ideal fights, what is stopping them? Like, what is handicapping them from doing literally everything? It's not like they have to play around stun. I mean, Mono Ice does play around stun, but they don't have to. They get to. They really abuse stun. But if you don't play around stun, like, you don't have to. Player skill? Yeah, that's a good point. No, not really. In their ideal teams, if you have like perfect rotations, not that I have perfect rotations. Yes, the internal cooldown timer does play a factor. It's not low enough though. In my personal opinion, it's not low enough. Player skill is the only thing gatekeeping this. And as it turns out, the devs don't really want players to get that skilled. Ice has no issues freezing enemies. If you are fighting an Ice weak enemy, a season 1 Ice weak enemy, you are freezing them pretty easily. And Alice has no issue getting assaults or disorders. And this kind of power it's not really okay. It's a bit too much. Like, imagine if the ideal attacker team just said, hey, the enemy is always stunned. You would say, oh, that's too good. Like, that's too powerful. Like, at least Hugo has to pay for Mindscapes to make sure his totalizes don't immediately end the stun duration or something, right? Hugo has to pay for that. And that's just on Hugo. This is like a full team. How do you possibly nerf the full team? What can the devs do in this situation? Chat, are you ready, chat? Ha! I'll move my icon so you can see this better. Ha! Nice anomaly damage, dweeb. Season 2 bosses just hate anomaly. That is fair. Yesheng Guang is basically cheating, but this is not a video about her. How do I know this? Well, let's take a look for ourselves. I will pull this up because I had this prepared ahead of time because I'm a smart person. That's the... Okay. Is this the boss I'm looking at? Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay. Okay, let's look at this together. Chat, this is Notorious Dead End Butcher. You've known him, you love him pretty well. He's a boss designed for like anomaly teams, get a disorders, more damage. Here's his stuff. Max anomaly buildup, 3,300. It's a bit higher than like the base 3,000 it usually is, but he's a pretty standard boss for anomaly teams. Let's look at the creature, the unfathomable miasmic fiend. Oh, those numbers are they're a bit higher, don't you see? They're 3,600. Let me zoom in a bit more for that. They're 3,600. What the heck? Also, her stun damage multiplier is lower. In case you were thinking about possibly freezing her, you can't, but... Okay, so they raised the anomaly buff for the anomaly boss. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's not like they would do this for every boss, right? Right? Here's Pompeii for the record. Pompeii's like is the base 3,000, and he's not like an anomaly boss. His max buildup is lower, so the more you know. Where is it? Yeah, I just want to show Hans off real quick. Hans is also a pretty standard boss. His base anomaly max buildup is 3,000. So as you can see already, it's like, okay, they raised the max anomaly you need to get your anomalies. Okay, that's a little bit of slap on the wrist. That's not too bad, is it? You're right, that isn't too bad. So let's look at the worst ones. Let's look at the Defiler real quick. Blah, 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 blah. The Defiler receives 25% less attribute anomaly damage. Let's look at that buildup, shall we? Ah! 3,960? Hello? That's disgusting! And of course, you can't have a high stun multiplier against this boss. Okay, this is a bit harsher, you know. It's not too bad though. Maybe there's some better bosses. Let's look at Miasma Priest. When Miasma Priest switches phases, their anomaly resistance increases by 10%. This stacks 2 times? What's her build-up like? Okay, it's not that bad, you know. She doesn't hate anomalies too much. She absolutely does. And finally, maybe the Thrall's not that bad, right? The Thrall? I'm sure he's not that bad. Hey, look at the, it's back to 39,600. 3,960, whatever. It's the numbers. Let's look at this little thing. Each stack of contract increases all attribute anomaly resistance by 15%, and this stacks 3 times. Also, you can't anomaly his little crocodile demon thing. Good luck getting a disorder on this guy. And the funniest one of all is Wandering Hunter. Because if you actually read Wandering Hunter, he's not that bad, right? Like, you read this stuff up here, it's like, hey, he seems like he's a boss designed for rupture agents, obviously. But you can disorder this guy, right? Whoops, that's the wrong one. No, you can't. It's 41. Hold on, if I can get closer. It's 4140. No. Obviously, you can like force a fight with like Miyabi Bernice. I actually did that. I forced a fight with Miyabi Bernice. It got like 20 with Yuzuha, and it got like 25k. You know what else got 25k? Like my poorly played Banyue team. Without their signature W engines. Yeah, this is really high. In fact, we can calculate this. If you were comparing the base, like 3,000, we can actually copy paste this. The base 3,000 on max anomaly build up bosses. Okay, that's 38% higher. That's kind of a large gap, but maybe it's not so bad. That is until you remember that in Deadly Assault specifically, I think I forgot it. I probably put this on the slide, but I can't remember. They increased the maximum anomaly buildup you need on bosses by 10%. All of those numbers I showed you, they're technically lies. So his max is not 4140. It's actually 4,554. Divide that by 3,000. That's a 52% increase. Hello? So you can see, they really hate anomaly teams. They do not want you to play anomaly teams against these bosses. You obviously still can. You can force it. I did it myself. But it is not fights they like to be in. Let me zoom back out. I actually get back to the slideshow. I've probably gotten a bit off track from what I wanted to say, but the point is that 2.0 bosses do not like anomaly agents. Granted, there is a good reason for this. Oh, I did say it here. Bosses of Deadly Soul are buffed to have a 10% max anomaly buildup. For context, imagine if there was a boss that just said, in this mode, I am immune to crit damage. That would be wild, right? Like, that would be weird. You would say, what the heck? That's a bit excessive. Like, you could say I take reduced damage from crits, not just I can't be crit. And then you remember, oh, right. So there are 2 bosses that essentially say you can't do disorder anomaly damage. It's this guy's Crocodile, and then where's Defiler? I just had her. And then Defiler's Meteor. Defiler summons a meteor or something. You can't do an anomaly on that. So yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah, imagine if Miasmic Fiend just said, hey, when I'm in this mode, you can't crit me. That would be wild. And that would be unnecessary too, by the way. Let me go back one more time so I can actually say it for the video. And finally, let's address it. Let's address the big issue. What are the actual problems with anomaly teams right now? As of right now, I would say the biggest problem is that they cannibalize each other. What does that even mean? That sounds like a bunch of nonsense. How in the world can the teams cannibalize each other? While you think about that, I'm going to drink some water. So Excalibur, you might be onto something here. Right now, anomaly teams lack variety in their supports and their matchups. What do I mean by that? If your account does not have Dial-In and it doesn't have Astra, your attackers still have a lot of supports for them. Are they as great as Dial-In or Astra? Probably not, but they're still really good. You have Trigger, you got Jafufu. If you're Fire or Ice, hey, you got Lighter. And if you're like, well, what about supports? Well, you got Nicole. You got, I mean, you can actually use Yuzuha very well as a support for attackers. And right now, we just got Zhao. So it's like, yeah, Lucy, maybe not Lucy. Lucy's a bit underpowered, relatively speaking. But Sukaku's like, hey, here's 1,000 attack. Okay. Anomaly doesn't really have that. They have one really good support, one fantastic support, and then that's about it. And also, I forgot if I put this on my slides later. I probably should have workshopped this a bit better. I'll say it here, just in case I don't say it later. Right now, they have like one consistently reoccurring boss in Deadly Assault, and that's Miasmic Fiend. No, I think I do say it later. Okay. We'll get back to that later. Right now, the best teams for most anomaly agents are Insert Agent, Yuzuha, and Vivian. Why is that? Again, we talked about the best of the best. These are not the best of the best. But for most, if you're an anomaly agent, this is probably your best team. Why is that? Well, let's address it. The reason is because disorders are the only consistently viable playstyle for anomaly agents. And by that, I mean, this is based on the current cycle of content we have. There are obviously exceptions to this, but if they could definitely change this, and they actually might, they will probably change this. But as of right now, the best thing you can do with an anomaly agent is get a disorder with them, which kind of means you have to play another anomaly agent, or like you force Nicole or Sukaku to become anomaly agents. Sukaku's very good at doing that, and Nicole's okay at doing that. It doesn't feel great, though, with Nicole, specifically. I have tried it. So, my conclusion for this segment is that all current anomaly teams cannibalize each other because they want as many disorders as possible, and that's all they care about. Because disorders is like the primary way they deal damage, this is the only thing they are gunning for, and because of that, they are kind of tearing each other apart. And that's because Vivian and Yuzuha are the best for that as of right now. That could change in the future, but as of right now, if you are wanting a Disorder team against the current endgame content, it is insert agent Vivian Yuzuha. That is the team, and you can't really deviate from that. As I said before, the reason is because Yuzuha is a giant stat stick for every Anomaly team. And most teams really, really want her. Especially to keep up with current content. Again, as I said before, this is, you can't see it right now. Wandering Hunters, max anomaly, for some reason, if you were trying to force an Anomaly team against Wandering Hunter, his max Anomaly buildup is like 51.8% higher than Season 1 bosses. And that means there is no equivalent replacement for her. Seth is not enough. Like, I know other people, like, well, there are some people who really love Seth and, like, will say, oh man, look at what Seth can do. Chaotic Vice, is that true? From what I'm aware, I'm pretty sure the max cap for Anomaly stuff is a specific DA buff for enemies. I'm pretty sure people tested it before because they fought the content and the bosses themselves, the Notorious Hunts, and then they went out and fought the regular bosses. I'm pretty sure that was the case. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that was tested. Oh, hey, Optimizer. I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. Chat, Optimizer's a really cool dude. He made something for me. I'd love to show it off soon, but maybe not right now. But I really do want to show it off. Hey, Optimizer, you're a cool dude. If I'm wrong, Chaotic Vice, if I am wrong about that, this number including, where is it? If I am wrong about this max Anomaly buildup thing including this, then I will make an addendum, but right now it doesn't really make sense because I don't think it makes sense because divided by our time. It's possible. Maybe you're right. You're probably right. You might be right. I'm not sure. For the longest time I thought we tested it. Okay, I will double check when I actually make the video. For right now, I will move on. I will move on with my presentation. Whoops, that's the wrong one. That's not what I want. Why is Seth not enough? Because Seth gives 100 AP. Great, that's fantastic. Does it help me overcome the 30% anomaly increases? No? Okay. Then why would I put him on the team? He's not doing enough. I mean, I would love for Seth to be really good, but he just isn't. Like, he doesn't do enough for the team. And Vivian is simply the best generic option to support generic Anomaly teams. And there is not an equivalent replacement. Because most Anomaly fights, again, are either weak to Ether or neutral to it. Which makes her better than Bernice in pretty much every case. It's also really hard to make another really good Anomaly team. Especially when Anomaly teams have only had one regularly occurring enemy to fight, and that is Miasmic Fiend, specifically in Deadliest Hold. There are some like Shiyu enemies they can fight, like Jester. Jester has been around pretty frequently. But the one that's been around regularly, like pretty much every other week, has been Miasmic Fiend. The other ones we have every now and then are Notorious Dead End Butcher. Bringer has showed up like once. He showed up like 3 weeks ago or something. But both of them, Butcher is also very weak to Ice and Ether specifically. And what does Miasmic Fiend resist? She resists fire and freeze. No matter how much they buff for Bernice, it wouldn't change how bad she feels to use against Fiend. Right now, I'll go back one more. Right now, because of how the elemental weakness matchups for anomaly teams, Bernice would love to fight enemies that are neutral or weak to fire. Those anomaly matchups do not exist because Miasmic Fiend specifically resists fire. So even if they buff Bernice, it doesn't matter because the matchup she would want to be used in resists her element, so she feels bad to use. And because Miasmic Fiend specifically has a clause, most Season 2 bosses have this, but because Fiend has it specifically so she can't be frozen, or I should say, you can freeze her, but she will immediately shatter, so she can't stay frozen. Because of that, Miyabi can't excel like she used to. That's not necessarily a bad thing, for Miyabi specifically. But that also means that Miyabi doesn't really like fighting this boss. Let's talk a little bit more about the Miasmic Fiend. I'm reading comments real quick. Yes, Sentry Drift. I will get to the whole DA buff specifically, but we'll get to it later. Specifically about the Miasmic Fiend, I calculated this recently. This was her HP on release. She released on July 25th. This is when Deadly Assault first came out. This was her HP on release. If you wanted to get 16,000 points, this is not including performance points, this is just the base damage points. If you wanted to get 16,000 points, that required 23 million plus HP to get through. That sounds like a lot, but with how much damage you deal during fights, it wasn't actually that high. So let's compare that to her most recent appearance in 2.4. Why did I put this at the wrong date? Hold up. I will fix this in editing. This should not be July 25th. I forgot to change that. It should be... Because I wrote the number down for this specifically. I guess I never saved that slide. Let me go to Deadly Assault. It's this one over here. Yes. Okay, so that should say November 28th. This should say November 28th. That's a typo on my end. I'll fix it in post. So chat, pretend this says November 28th. So about like it's 5 months later. How much HP does Miasmic Fiend have 5 months later? 37 million to get 16,000 points. I don't care about getting kills. I'm never a player who's going to get a kill. But I can get 16,000 points. Here's the problem. That's 58% higher. Hello? Now that's not necessarily a problem. Hey, Rezi, thank you so much for becoming a member. We're talking about Miasmic Fiend right now. This 58% increase isn't necessarily a problem, but what have anomaly teams been able to get to make them 58% stronger? In the time frame of this 5 months, what has released for anomaly teams to become more powerful? To catch up to this 58% HP mark? The answer is absolutely nothing. Vivian got a summer outfit. So did Jane. Jane got an outfit. She got it in winter. Off topic. I've heard people say a ton of times, oh man, ZZZ would make way more money if they sold skins. They would make a bajillion money. That might be true, but they make way more money by selling agents. There's a reason why they are not rerunning Jane, and they gave you her free outfit. It's so that, hey, Century Drift, thank you so much for becoming a member. There's a reason they didn't put Jane on the rerun banner. It's because they want you to spend 155 bucks to get her in the shop if you don't have her. You could get their Mindscapes, their W engines and substats, I guess. You could farm for substats if you want. Did I put the slide here? Yeah, that doesn't add up to the 58% increase. It's like, oh, I got I got a drive disc with, you know, with +3 more AP. Ooh, that's great. Does that get you close? Does that get you to 58%? No? Okay. Someone mentioned before in chat, oh, they got Yuzuha. It's like, yes, but Yuzuha was available on release with Miasmic Fiend. So Yuzuha is not a new addition to the team. She was in the team. I guess you could have pulled for Vivian's Mindscapes when she came out, if you tried. I mean, we can have a quick gander at them, because I think they'll be fun to look at. I can't remember. Has Yuzuha had a rerun yet? I can't remember off the top of my head. I could look this up, but I want chat to tell me. Yeah, exactly. If for some reason you missed out on Yuzuha, you're just stuck. Like, you have nothing to do right now. You're stuck with Seth. And Seth, again, I have to point this out. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Seth is not helping you overcome this. I don't care how much you love Seth and adore him. Seth is not helping you get 58% more damage on your team overall. That's not happening. Seth can't do that. He's just not good enough. Let's look at Vivian's Mindscapes. Mindscape 1. When all guard feathers consumed, blah, 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 all attribute and disorder damage received under Vivian's prophecy increase by 16%. Hey, a 16% damage increase on your anomalies and disorders? That's pretty good. Does it get us to 58%? No. Yeah, so like, that's why I say the solution is, oh, just pull their Mindscapes. Like, okay, that didn't solve the issue. The issue is, that's a giant HP jump for no real reason. It would have made like more sense if there was like a strong, like a rerun that happened before, then we got a brand new agent or a buff or like a W engine that made anomalies much more powerful. There hasn't. If you didn't pull Yuzuha in the time she came out, Miasmic Fiend has become 58% harder to kill. Not that you're killing this, 58% harder to fight, and there's nothing you could have done about this. You should have pulled better, moron. That's what a skill issue is. Rezi's coming to the realization, yes, the devs have worked very hard to make Anomaly teams feel bad. It's almost like they're trying to sell you a brand new Anomaly agent. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Let me go back to, what was it looking at? This one, okay. The formats here are better. Now that we've talked about what Anomaly teams have not gotten to beat Miasmic Fiend, which is their one reoccurring boss, let's talk about the buffs that Anomaly characters have received. They've been potentially screwed. They had their potentials unlocked, but do they matter? Bernice and Grace got their potentials unlocked, so that's a buff for them. That's nice. Here's a fun question though. Are they on a par with Vivian? So here's the thing. No. No, they just aren't. unfortunately. Now, the real reason is because Vivian is just better than Bernice or Grace, even if they had equivalent power, because of her being an ether agent. I know that sounds weird, but again, so many anomaly enemies right now are weak to ether or just neutral to ether. And that's not the same with fire and electric. Miasmic Fiend is obviously weak to ether, and Notorious Dead End Butcher is weak to ether. So in most, at least in Deadly Assault, most Deadly Assault matchups, Vivian is just always better than Bernice and Grace, even if they had equivalent levels of power, because she matches the elemental weakness. Granted, I think this is okay as long as there are teams or bosses where Bernice and Grace are really good. But there aren't. We have a Shiyu recently. We had one Shiyu recently. Let me pull that up so chat doesn't think I'm being biased or something. Shiyu defense. Let's go to the current one. I hope this didn't change. Hey, room 2, you know, this boss, hey, Terror Raptor, he's weak to fire and electric, and hey, this floor buffs are electric and fire damage and our anomaly and attribute stuff. Wow, that's great. That's a 1 floor thing, and then Terror Raptor is gone. Yeah, that's not enough. Like, having oh wow, Grace and Bernice are really good for this one Shiyu. It's like, great. Are they really good for every other Deadly Assault? Oh, no. Okay, that's a... For the record, I am not saying like Bernice and Grace are like bad or something. The context is, again, if you already have Vivian and you are trying to make the best anomaly team, you're not replacing Vivian with Bernice. It's just not happening. Funny enough, this guy does resist ether, so you would want to use Bernice over Vivian in this fight. That is fair, but he's not a regularly reoccurring enemy. Now, if he is, if we see him like if we see him 3 more times in the next 2 months, I would be impressed. I'd be like, whoa, they actually made a boss for Grace and Bernice. That's relatively consistent. Good job. They haven't done that yet, so I don't believe there's a reason to believe they will. Where am I going? There we go. So, let's have a quick recap. What are the best anomaly teams on average? Based on the content that we currently have, we're not talking about a theoretically perfect scenario of like, oh, if they made a boss that is weak to electric and if they made a brand new Deadly Assault boss that is weak to ice and fire, that is also an anomaly coded boss, then the best anomaly team would be no. That's we're not talking about that. What is in the game right now? What do we have? Do not pull for what might theoretically exist. You should pull for content that you currently have right now and that they are going to make in the next patch. The best team for Piper is Yuzuha Vivian. The best team for Grace is Yuzuha Vivian. The alternative is like a mono shock team with Rina and Harumasa. Grace can pivot to that. Mono shock is currently not very good unless you're R2. Jane's best team is being either carried by Vivian or carried by Alice. There is not really, I'm not saying Jane is bad, but like Jane is not the star of her teams anymore. If you have Vivian, Vivian's the star of that team, and if you have Alice, Alice is the star of that team. Miyabi, what are the best Miyabi teams? If the enemy is freezable, it's Yuzuha and Sokaku. If you don't have Yuzuha, you can swap her out for Lycon. That's usually fine enough. And if the enemy is not freezable, it's like Dylan plus Astra or something. You can actually use Dylan Yuzuha. That might sound really weird, but for those who aren't aware, I'm pretty sure the best Season 2 big boss for Miyabi is the Thrall. That sounds insane. But reminder, Miyabi is a crit DPS that can do a lot of really high damage in a very short window. And the Thrall is a boss that is pretty easily stunnable. So you can just force Miyabi to be a crit DPS in that fight, and she does pretty well. You are not getting disorders or anomalies in that team, but you are dealing a lot of damage still. Yanagi, same thing. What's her best team? It's Yuzuha Vivian. The alternative is she can be a support for Alice. That's possible. Alice doesn't really need Vivian. Sorry, Alice doesn't need Yanagi. It's good, it's fine. But Alice doesn't really need Yanagi. For Bernice, I got no clue. We just had a Shiyu where Bernice was really good. But like seriously, right now, if you have Vivian, where would you ever put Bernice in a team over Vivian? Inferno Metal teams? Miyabi plus Yuzuha? Like, oh, I already have Miyabi and I have Yuzuha. I'll just use Bernice because I have her. Sure, yeah, you can do that. You can try to fight Wandering Hunter, I guess. But like, Bernice does not have an anomaly fight where she well, she has one. I need to rephrase this so people don't think I'm crazy. Bernice currently has one good boss in Shiyu defense. That boss is going to go away and he will probably not reappear for a while. Vivian has had repeatedly anomaly weak, ether weak enemies that are in her anomaly coded fights. That is why she is so much better than Bernice. If those enemies were instead weak to fire, we wouldn't be having this discussion. We'd say, oh wow, Bernice feels so good. She does so much anomaly buildup or something. That's the one thing that annoys me about the Bernice buffs. I think in their video they said something like, oh, we noticed that Bernice's her anomaly buildup wasn't as high as other agents. It's like, yeah, of course it wasn't. You increased every boss's base max anomaly buildup so that if they didn't pull for Yuzuha, they all felt terrible. And then you happen to make the fights where you would want to use Bernice, Miasmic Fiend, resist fire. So like the one anomaly boss you would want to use Bernice in, she feels awful. I'm sure she's fine in Shiyu defense. That's perfectly fine. Depending on I use her because I don't have Vivian. I use her with Miyabi, and just if I see a fight with Miyabi, I'll just be like, you know what, this is fine. We'll just get a couple disorders. Miyabi beats Dicko, boom. So to recap all of this up, most anomaly teams have to rely on Vivian because too many enemies are weak to ether, and Yuzuha because of anti-anomaly boss design. Don't even get me started on the boringly generic stage buffs for anomaly teams. Most stage buffs have, like, if they're going to buff an anomaly team, it will read something like this: increase anomaly something by Y%. And when you do an anomaly, here's what happens. That's usually the buff. That is the extent of the buff. And they can't do anything differently because they can't control what teams you're going to pick for this anomaly boss. So they have to be really generic and boring. Now we are actually going to talk about the angles of dilution. I said this at the very start, we would get to them. Jay Blitz, this is not a rage bait video, I promise. I'm not trying to rage bait people. I'm just trying to talk about how I actually feel anomaly teams are right now. Yeah, go. It's not that the buff itself is bad. It's just that the buff itself is so boring. Like, there are so much variety for like attacker teams. It's like increase the damage of, or like, it's like your basic attacks, EXs, and ultimates reduce the enemy's defense by like enemy's resistance to your element by 20% or something. Anomaly teams don't get that stuff. They just get like, oh, you have some more AP. And if you do your element, you'll have more anomaly mastery. It's like, wow, that's That's so interesting. That's crazy. Did I spell this wrong? I think this is how it's spelled. Anyway. Suna. Suna? Suna? I'm not going to Suna that it's Suna. Ha ha. No one's, don't laugh. Don't laugh at that. Suna is a physical support. We know this because they told us she would be one. I am going to keep this section as generic as it needs to be. I don't want to get specific details on leaks. Personally, I think leaks can hinder my enjoyment of the game, and that's why when I deal with leaks, I just read kits. I don't want to see animations. I think it's okay if you're like, oh, I want to see what they look like. I think that's fine if you want to look for it. I don't want to look for it. I get really annoyed when it pops up in my feed, and it's like, oh wow, look at this new kit that's been leaked. Like, nope, I don't care about that. I don't want to see that. Personally, I don't find it fun to look at a character and be like, oh wow, they look really cool, and we're not going to be able to use them for another month and a half or something. It depends on how long the leaks are available or something. Recently I was invited on Kete's stream, and he was going over the leaked stuff for their kits. I was in the call with him, but I stopped watching the stream because I specifically did not want to see what their kits looked like. So don't worry, I am not showing you anything. I am going to talk about what they will do in generic terms. The physical support will support the team. Ooh, what a shock. What a shock. And since Aria is an anomaly agent, Suna's obviously going to be a support that buffs anomaly teams, right? Like, that makes sense. Like, what else would she be? So obviously she buffs your attack, the stun damage multiplier, and she gives the debuff that increases the attribute damage for attackers, like a quick burst of damage. And this burst of damage will crit for anomaly agents. What? This, hold on, that's not right. She's buffing an anomaly agent, but she's increasing the stun damage multiplier. That doesn't seem right. Does this look funny to anyone? Hello? We'll talk a bit more about that later. Now let's actually get to Aria, the face, the face of the group for right now. She's an ether anomaly agent, and we have her drive disc. I can just pull it up right now. Why not? Oops, that's not it. Drive discs. Let me zoom in for you guys. Oops. When the equipper's basic attack hits an enemy, their AP increases by 36. Blah, blah, blah. Repeated, blah, blah, blah. When any enemy on the field is stunned, the equipper's damage increases by 25% for 18 seconds. That's a strange buff for an anomaly DPS. That doesn't seem right. You can already farm for this, so this is not a spoiler. If you think this is a spoiler, then you haven't played the game for the past 2 weeks. I don't know what to tell you. So what does that tell us about Aria as a character? As I say, this one should be more obvious. But what's in her kit is that she has a lot of anomaly mastery. She has burst damage, and she deals more damage when enemies are stunned. That doesn't sound right. That's not an anomaly character. That's an attacker, right? Like, burst damage while enemies are stunned. I just described like half the attackers. This is not an anomaly character. What is this? Anyway, moving on from that. I have no idea how to pronounce her name. Nangongyu, whatever her name is. I'll pull up a picture of her so chat knows what I'm talking about. For those who aren't aware of the group, not that you wouldn't know what the group is called. Angels of Delusion. I can pull this up, right? Angels of Delusion. It's this girl. I don't know how to pronounce this name. I'm not gonna try it. She looks like this. She's pretty, I guess. We've had this for a while. Like, if you want to worry, oh, this is leaked content. It's like, yeah, it's leaked content that's been available for like the past year. I don't know what to tell you. It is weird. I heard the conspiracy that like they leaked her like some dev got upset that they got fired, so they released that poster of the group or something like a year ago, like well before season 2 was even coming out. They leaked what this group looked like. I don't know how true that is. It sounds made up. Anyway, back to the actual video. This girl, Nangong Yu, Nangong Yu, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Not trying to be insensitive. I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's unconfirmed what she is, but let's put in our thinking caps. Let's use 10% of our brain power real quick. Sana, as I said before, she will buff your stun damage. Okay, that's step 1. Aria wants to deal damage during stun. That's step 2. So, with that information, what will Nangong Yu be? She will be a rupture agent. Right? That makes sense. Right? I mean, that's what it has to be, right? Obviously, she's a rupture agent. What else could she be? Defense? The optimizer got a good point. She's actually a defense agent. That's a great point. Hold on. I'm looking this over real quick. This is the wrong slide. Yeah, this is actually the wrong slide. Hold on. She's a stun agent. There we go. See, that makes a lot more sense. I don't know where that other slide came from. She's a stun agent, obviously. Okay, writing's on the wall. Oh, wow, the character that wants to stun enemies will get a stun support for them. Yeah, cool. Anyway, she'll be a stun agent. In total, this seems really weird. I say as I sip my water. Why does this seem weird? I'm afraid to talk about this information specifically because I don't really know the specifics about this boss at all. And again, this is leaked information. This could always change. As of right now, the boss for Aria is going to be weak to ether. Pretend to be shocked. The DPS is getting a boss that is weak to their element. Ooh, what a surprise! Act surprised, everybody. Exactly, probably Chromatica. That's a good point. That's a great comment. That would be hilarious. Weak to win? Yeah, Ruben's got a good point. This boss is going to be weak to win. It's a great comment. Imagine if she did end up in A rank. That would be hilarious. I wouldn't be that upset. Because I think people overblow like, oh, A ranks are unusable or something. It's like, that's not really true. I mean, they're unusable if your level of usability is curb stomping everything in the game. It's like, yeah, A ranks can't curb stomp everything. They have to put in a little bit of effort / money. Anyway, but this is the part that is like not confirmed. It is in the beta. So this could still change. So come in with an open mind. This might not actually be true. This boss resists. What elements do you think this boss will resist? Ice, obviously. Fire and ice. People are saying fire and ice. Fire and electric, that's possible. Obviously, it can't resist ether because we're trying to sell the ether character. Should it resist physical? I mean, that makes sense. Maybe they decide, you know what, Alice, you've had your time in the sun. We want to make sure this boss is resist physical. So that way, also, you can't force Yisheng Guang against this boss. Because this is an anomaly fight, right? As of right now, in the beta, this could change. This boss resists ice, and it's unfreezable. Pretend to be shocked. A 2.0 boss being unfreezable, not a surprise. So it resists ice and fire. That would be a real shame if they buffed a fire anomaly agent and you had nowhere to play her right now. Wouldn't that feel awkward? Wouldn't that be really weird? It's so bizarre. Like, why? Yes, we buffed your off-field anomaly agent so you could use her more places. Where are those places? Not against these bosses. You ain't using her against this boss. You ain't using her against Fiend. Where am I using her? I'm dunking on Bernice, not for Bernice specifically. I'm dunking on the Bernice because the devs have made her feel worse to play, and there's no real reason to. It's the devs' fault that Bernice has no good matchups. And from what I can tell, this is not a normal anomaly boss. Most anomaly bosses are get a bajillion disorders and call it a day, right? That's every boss. Bringer basically, when he summons his god hand, he says, I take extra disorder damage. Notorious Dead End Butcher, his performance points are, get a bunch of disorders on me. Miasmic Fiend has this, I don't think Miasmic Fiend says disorder specifically, but she really increases like the anomaly damage you do against her a lot. And usually for that, you want to have a bunch of disorders. Bernice is the Hugo of Anomaly. That's insane. That's a great comment. You're getting pinned for that one. That's so funny. It sounds so wrong, but it feels so right. As you can tell from how these other three agents have been described, this boss is more of an anomaly stun boss. I actually have already, because she's still in the beta, I don't think I'll put this on screen because I might cut this from the video. I'm not sure. But I'm going to read it word for word. I'll just read it to you. The deep sea. Because I translated this recently. I talked to R2 on his stream about this. Essentially, the stage buff, the deadly assault buff you can pick is that when you inflict an anomaly, you increase the stun damage multiplier by 30%. There's more to it than that, but like, wow, the boss for the anomaly character that wants to stun enemies buffs anomaly damage and stunning the enemy. Wow, what? Pretend to be surprised. So all of that sounds weird. In total, what are the angels doing? They are a hyper carry anomaly team that are kind of designed to function like an attack team. That's kind of weird for for anomalies in general. We do have hyper carry anomaly teams, but they are more like creations that people have made just because they're good. Like you can run Alice, Yuzuha, Nicole because Nicole is just buffing your damage a bunch. You don't care about her crit rate buffs at Mindscape 6. It's just a ton of defense shred. And that's perfectly fine for Alice, because Alice already does a bunch of damage. More importantly, as a group, they do not care about disorders. I don't know if I can stress this enough. The design of their group has nothing to do with disorders. Obviously, Aria will work. If you want to build a disorder team around Aria, you can. But Aria is designed to function perfectly fine without any disorders. They could always change their kits. Like, they could definitely... again, they're still in the beta. They could definitely change their designs of Aria to be like, actually, no, I want to deal infinite damage with disorders, and Nangguang is going to only buff disorder damage or something. They could totally change it. They probably won't. Especially since we already have her drive disc, which tells us she wants to hit stunned enemies, which most disorder teams don't run stunners unless they're desperate and just use trigger. So in total, what does this mean for anomaly teams? Or not anomaly teams. What does this mean for the game? It means that we are getting a different-ish playstyle. It's different is that it's finally officially pushed by the game. It's a playstyle that's not built in a hollow with a bunch of corrupted scraps because I want to dork around in Shiyu or DA. It's not like, oh, well, we already had a different play style. See, you could play Soldier 11 Lighter Bernice. It's like, yeah, you could. I did that. That team functions. It's not a great team. You will burn enemies. You will get Inferno Metal active. It's not a great team. It's a decent team. It's okay. It ain't great. I wouldn't sell you that team. Unless you really love that team, I would not sell you that team. Theoretically, if you have Bernice's Mindscape 2, her Mindscape 2 gives 20% pen ratio to all attacks. If you pair her with Rina, you can basically get up to like 100% pen ratio total. No one plays that team because it's not good. It's a big investment into Bernice for a payoff, which is I basically ignore the enemy's defense. That's cool, but that's also still not good enough. It means that anomaly teams can operate on an axis that isn't just disorder turbo. If you remember the recap, what is everyone's best team? Everyone's best team was just Yuzuha Vivian, because all they want is disorders, and that's the only thing they can do. Now we're getting an anomaly team that basically says, yeah, I don't care about disorders. That's cool. That's what I would say is a healthier balance of what Mono Shock and Mono Ice want to do. This could be Yuzu Ice. Do I have one more slide after this? Nope. The reason I say it's a healthier balance is that Mono Shock is essentially Grace, Rina, Anton, or Harumasa. And so they still play around like you get an anomaly and then you switch into your attacker to deal a bunch of burst damage, right? And Mono Ice is to stun the enemy and then you keep them as stunned for as long as humanly possible. And so from the outset, what it looks like, what I'm guessing this team will be, is that this team will be a healthier balance of I am going to be an anomaly burst team that wants to play around stun, but also not stun the enemy indefinitely. While also being a team that doesn't really care about disorders. Mono Shock doesn't disorder enemies. They're still decent, but they don't disorder enemies. Why does this make me hopeful? I should probably put an asterisk next to this. It makes me hopeful in some aspects. But if this trend continues, it means that this could allow for more variety in anomaly teams. And that's because as of right now, they are creating more types of, quote, viable anomaly teams. And the reason I can say this is because Harumasa, from what it looks like right now, this might be completely wrong, but Harumasa will no longer be a third wheel. Why do I say that? Well, we're getting a team that says, hey, we want to get anomaly and stun the enemy. You know what team Harumasa would really love to be on? A team that gets anomalies and stuns the enemy. Wow, it's almost like... No, wait, that's crazy. It's almost like they plan on buffing Harumasa. That would be crazy. Nah, they can't do that, because why would they buff Harumasa? Okay, my biggest issue with Harumasa is that Harumasa is a pretty good agent that looks at anomaly teams and says, hey, can I join? And all the anomaly agents look at him and say no. The only one who says that is Grace, and that's because Grace isn't very good enough on her own. Yanagi looks at Harumasa and Harumasa asks Yanagi, hey, can I be on the team? And Yanagi says, no. I'd rather be with literally any anomaly agent. Except Grace. Even Miyabi, yeah, you can play Miyabi Harumasa. Harumasa likes that team. You know who doesn't like that team? Miyabi. Miyabi does not want to play with Harumasa. She just doesn't. So, with this new team, it could also mean they're going to make a character like Harumasa who wants to play around stunning the enemies and getting anomalies. Maybe he'll feel a lot better to play. Almost like he's been going to get a buff. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. This is very subtle. It's also possible they're just trying to make more money. Be like, hey, nice disorder teams you have. You know what would be great? If we sold you a boss or sold you a bunch of characters that don't get disorders and had them fight a boss that doesn't really care about disorders. So you have to spend more money. That's very possible. I wouldn't put it past them. I don't think they need to do that because, like, there are already so many fanatics of this group. Like, they don't need to make them very good. They could just make them great. They don't need to make them Ye Shengguang levels of overpowered. They could just make them really good, really fair and balanced, and people would still buy them. Moopers, glad to see that a Killer Instinct character will join Zenless. K-Dash needed friends from his own drama. That's true. Does Bondway count, though? Thank you so much for that, Moopers. That means a lot. Oh, I did put that slide here. I've totally forgot I put this slide here. Oh man, it's a shame we made all anomaly teams bad without Yuzuha. If only you could buy a brand new agent to help you solve that issue. Buy Aria. Ad Heath, thank you so much for becoming a sponsor. That means a lot. To clarify for everybody, Disorder still deserves to be powerful and relevant. I'll go back one board. I am not arguing that Disorder should become bad and unusable and they should make it an archaic system that no one ever uses again. That's dumb. Disorders are still fun and cool. I want Disorders to still be relevant. But Disorder teams should not be the only viable teams for anomaly agents. It should be a really good team for them, but it should not be the only option for half the anomaly agents. It feels sad. It feels bad. Because that makes the class stale, stifling, and suffocating. There was nothing else for them to do except play Yuzuha Vivian. That doesn't feel fun. It really stifles what the class can do as a whole. I don't like that. Ideally, we could put Bernice in here, but again, what anomaly fights are we putting in Bernice? None really, for the most part. Very few. It's not that Bernice has zero, it's that she just doesn't have as many as Vivian. I have to keep stressing this. And personally, you never see me play normal teams because I don't think they're exciting to play. I love playing the dumb, silly teams because I think that's fun. Hold up, Moopers again. I mean, if you take Power Rangers Battle from the Grid into account, he's essentially Daishi. That's a good point. Daishi was Jungle Fury, right? I loved Jungle Fury as a kid. That was one of my first ones that I really loved. Thank you so much, Moopers. Yeah, let's go. I know some Power Ranger stuff. It's where the Power Rangers Jungle Fury. We're fast, we're strong, unstoppable. I'll get copyright if I actually sing that. So, like, for example, I said Soldier 11 Lighter Bernice. Is that a team that works? Yes. Is that team functional? Yes. Is that team great? No, it's not. That team's not great because there's not like there is not content designed to make Inferno Metal really good, I guess. You can still try, like you can still try it, but I would not recommend someone go buy Bernice and Lighter for their Soldier 11 Inferno Metal team. I would not recommend it. I really am Green Billy? That's fantastic. Yes, when Pompey returns, that's 789. That's a great idea. Wouldn't it be fantastic if Pompey returned? Yeah, we're still waiting for that. Like, oh man, Bernice would feel fantastic if Pompey returned. He hasn't been around for like the past 3 months. He might show up again later, but like, it stinks. I want Bernice to have more favorable matchups, and she just doesn't. And none of the matchups she's good in are like anomaly coded fights. It's so sad. Quaff, thank you so much for becoming a sponsor. That means a lot, dude. I also love fighting Pompey, so whatever. In conclusion, I actually have one more funny thing to say about this. I don't play normal teams. I saw when Vivian released, I saw the worst team I can possibly express to you guys. It's worse for me. I saw Vivian, Billy, Nicole. Vivian was like on a full set anomaly mastery, and they were fighting Dead End Butcher. It wasn't the Notorious version, it was just the regular Dead End Butcher and Deadly Assault. And that team got 40k. And I was like, wow, that's a really high score. And I go in to see what it is. It's like, it's a Mindscape 6 Vivian. It's like, of course it is. Of course it is. Because Anomaly Mastery Billy is terrible. AP Billy is really bad. I can't stress this enough. I like playing stupid, dumb teams. You will never, ever see me play AP Billy. It's not worth doing. I played Billy Caesar Bernice against Bringer. And he was still crit Billy, but like, I will not play AP Billy. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. I think it was a player in Japan, a JP player did that. Not like JP Street Fighter JP, but JP Japanese player. In conclusion, Quaff, I am not going to embrace AP Billy. That's not happening. Maybe S-Rank Billy is an anomaly agent. That would be funny. He could be. Honestly, they could make S-Rank Billy whatever they feel like it. Let me know what you want to see from anomaly teams. Subscribe if you feel like it. You don't have to. But like, hey, if you're watching this far, you obviously watched the full thing. So like, you probably liked it to some degree. I don't know, if you want to see more of this stuff, subscribe. If you don't, that's fine. It'll probably show up anyway. YouTube has a pretty good algorithm for that stuff. If you feel so inclined, you can become a sponsor by becoming a YouTube member. Please don't ever feel obligated to do this. It does help me, but like, I would make these videos regardless. If you want to show some love, perfectly fine. If you have financial reasons for not doing that, totally understandable. Don't give what you don't have. But chat, this is not for you. This is for the ending of the YouTube video. But yeah, thanks so much for joining me. I hope you all have a blessed day. See you soon. Let me try that one more time. Yeah, thanks so much for joining me. My name's Yojimbo Blade, and I hope you have a blessed day. See you soon. Okay, chat. Now we're not done. We still have some more things to do. S-Rank Billy will be defense. Honestly, that's very possible. I wouldn't put it past them. Honestly, I know people have said, oh, we're never going to get male supports. It's like, no, We have male supports. They're called defense agents. Caden, you want a mono Billy team? Honestly, that would be fun. That would be really fun. I mean, solo Billy is technically mono Billy, but like that doesn't count. Chat, that's it for the entire video of that PowerPoint selection. We're done for that. So now I'm going to do the survey with you guys. I'm going to let y'all see what I put in the survey, the feedback survey. I hope this doesn't dox me. If this doxes me, I will be slightly upset. Ah, that's really bright. That's also the wrong thing I'm sliding down. Wait, chat, I need to move you up. Move me back down. Move you back on top. There we go. Yeah, sorry, I can't control the brightness. The sun. Huh? I can't really control that. I'm a guy. My occupation, I'll just put in office worker. Keep it simple. The main platform, I guess PC. Based on your experience so far, how do you feel about Zenless Zone Zero? I guess I don't know if I'm very satisfied or somewhat satisfied. Chat, yes, I'm very sorry. This is blindingly bright. Hi, Defish. Why couldn't they make this more gray? If you're watching on your phone or tablet, just turn the brightness down. You're not missing that much. I'll put very satisfied for now, because I do enjoy playing the game. I obviously have my issues with it, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy playing the game. What was your main reason for trying out Zenless Zone Zero? There are characters, I like the art style, characters that I liked. I didn't really know about the plot. I think it had to be because of the visuals. In all honesty, like, the visuals were really important. Especially the trailers they had. The trailers were pretty good. And I do like the action combat gameplay. That did look fun and interesting. At your current stage, what is the main... Hold up, let me put this text up down here. Let me turn off caps lock for this. That's awesome. I can also spell gimmick. What is my main source of enjoyment? It's not enhancing my characters. Let's see. I like experiencing combat, you know. I do like the action gameplay, you know. Let's see. I do like the... I do want to enjoy the story. Whether or not it's always good is a very different question, but I do want the story to be compelling. I don't really like enjoy obtaining agents. It's like, do you enjoy gambling? It's like, no. No, I don't enjoy gambling. What sort of content in Zenless Zone Zero are you most interested in? Select all that apply. Lost Void. I don't know if I'm very interested in the trust missions. I'm also not interested in upgrading agents. Like, I do it, but I'm not interested in it. I do it because I kind of have to. I do like the battle tower. I do want to like the main story. I am most interested in the main story, I guess. Hollow exploration, yes. There needs to be more good casual content in this game. Obtaining, no. Agent story, yeah, pretty sure. Swabian temple management, this one is the saddest one, chat. The temple management was thrown under the bus, as it deserved. It was not very good. And now you get a bunch of coins from it now you can't really use anywhere. It's like, oh, you build up this currency. Now you can't exchange it for anything. What do you primarily consider when deciding to acquire a limited agent? I would say synergy is definitely one. Performance in the storyline, playability of agent skills. Playability is important. If Boniway was not as skillful as he was, or how do I say this? If Boniway did not have the skill expression that he did, I probably wouldn't have picked him up. Unfortunately, I do probably have to select agent strength. It's not a primary consideration, but it is a factor. Maybe I'll deselect it just to give him bad data, but I don't know if that's true. Feel of controls is also important. Ooh, environments or specific stages suitable for the agent. That's almost like a knock against... Like, if the agent doesn't feel good to play, then you won't play them against certain specific bosses. Backstory and personality is really important, but I don't know if it's primary for me. Oh, I can only select up to 4. Okay. Then I'll get rid of visual per... I feel like their mechanicals and agent controls is like very similar. So I'll select agent, background, and personality. What factors do you primarily consider when deciding to acquire a limited agent's Mindscape Cinema? I don't do those. I don't get Mindscape Cinemas. The only Mindscape Cinema I have is... I can't show you because I'm in the survey. I only have... Let me turn on my virtual camera so you can not be blinded. I only have Soldier Zero Ambi's Mindscape 1. And that was because I was trying to pull for Mindscape 6 Pulchra. That's it. That's the only limited Mindscape I have. I was hoping to lose the 50-50 on that. It did not happen, unfortunately. But hey, I got it. I'm not complaining that I got it. I'm just complaining that, like, man, I did not want to win the 50-50 on that. But whatever, it's fine. Huaf, you accidentally got... Wait up. You got her Mindscape and you don't like her? I mean, I can understand not liking her, but why'd you pull for her then? Like, I could understand getting her and not... Oh, maybe you got it in, like, your 10 pull. Okay. I can get that. Actually, her Mindscape one's really good, surprisingly. It shouldn't be surprising. It's probably... He pulled for Trigger because he just wanted to have Trigger in his account, and then as part of the 10 pull, he got Trigger's Mindscape 1. That's possible. Anyway, it's a flashbang! My eyes! Anyway. Sorry, turn your brightness down. Dude, I don't look at Mindscapes. I don't follow that stuff. I'm not spending money. How do you like to spend money? It's like, dude, I ain't spending money on this. When S-Rank Billy comes out, you'll be like, oh, what Mindscapes are you gonna get? None? Maybe I'll get M1, maybe M2 if I really felt like it or if I got paid enough, but I ain't getting that. If he's not fun to play at Mindscape 0, then that's too bad. Acquire a limited engine, W engine effects, such as triggering additional effects for agents or specific specialties. Appearance. Honestly, it's versatility. Versatility and the stats are the most important ones. Yeah, Ruber, that's exactly. Wish you got these questions to say versatility. That's a good point. I'm not getting Ye Xiongguang's W engine. I have her, but I'm not getting her W engine because I already have Brimstone. Like, I don't need her W engine. It's good, but I don't need it. How do you rate your overall combat experience? Select one. I would say I'm very satisfied. I could say somewhat if I wanted to like do a back and forth, like here's what I don't like about the combat, but overall, like I enjoy playing the game. So when experiencing combat, what aspects and experiences are you most interested in? I would say interactive combat with enemy. I love interacting with enemies, which is funny because they just released a character that says they don't have to interact with enemies. And then they made a boss that says, nice try, you have to interact with me. That might be a staple going forward. Like this whole like, oh, you have to parry this. You can't just ignore everything. That's unfortunate. They didn't have to do that, but they did. And then synergies between agents. Combat presentation. I'm somewhat satisfied. I wish there was less visual clutter on screen. Like, if you had the joy of playing triple Yesheng Guang in co-op, it's like you can barely tell what's happening. It's not okay. Like, it's too much. I don't like it. But it's like, yeah, but for other characters, it's like, yeah, well, they aren't a problem. Like, I wouldn't say I'm neutral because of Grace. It's like, well, Grace is fine. Grace and Rena are fine, so I wouldn't put neutral for them. I think across the board, I would say somewhat satisfied. Agent gameplay experience. I would say very satisfied. Team synergy between agents. Do I pull a fast one and say somewhat dissatisfied? Because the gameplay, the team synergy between agents is pull for this character and then pull for the next character. That is usually like the best synergy. I don't know if that's a great experience. It's the one they're selling though. I don't know if they want to hear that though. That's the thing. Right now, I'll put neutral because there are some funny teams you can make, but those teams are not very good. I like playing them, but I won't say they're good. Interactive combat experiences with enemies, such as handling. I feel neutral. I want there to be more interaction with enemies. I think making enemies less interactive or making characters that don't interact with enemies is not fun. I think that makes the game overall less healthy. If you design an agent to not interact with enemies, that's not good. Obviously, agents interact with enemies on some degree. Even Yesheng Guang does. But Yesheng Guang can mostly ignore what enemies do because she has so many iframes. She has to interact with them because she has to hit them. It's like, yeah, sure. Like, wow, to deal damage, you have to hit enemies. That's the baseline interaction. Of course you're going to do that. That's the base requirement. I think I'll put neutral. I want it to be made a bit better. Experience. Is this where we put our thing for Shiyu defense? I enjoy Shiyu defense, but I know other people don't. I don't know if I should put this is a tough one for me. DA, I'll put neutral for DA. It's not that I think DA is bad, I'm not excited by the mode. There's just not a lot of, like... I know this is for me. Thank you, 789. I'm just trying to, like, give my thoughts to you guys. Because I'm assuming that's why you're watching. You're somewhat interested in what I have to say. Maybe you just like being flashbanged by this blinding white screen. I hate it. Man. This is tough. I like that there are now actual waves in Shiyu instead of just fight one enemy that's not Deadly Assault. I do like that. I don't know if I like the scoring system. I like that they changed the mode. I don't like that they got rid of the timer. That's it. For Deadly Assault, oh man, I'll probably put neutral. I still like it. I still play it, but it's not, I'm not excited or overjoyed to play Deadly Assault. I could put somewhat satisfied. I do like the new boss. I do like most of the enemies too. So that's not like a real issue. It's more of a, I'm not a big fan of the shield buffs or like the very specific buffs for only specific teams or the generic anomaly buffs. They're just boring. I'll put somewhat satisfied. I am very satisfied with this mode. I like this a lot. This is the mode where you can play pretty much any team you want. And it's Deadly Assault, but with much more team variety because you need to have more teams. I really enjoy that. I know some people don't because they don't have those teams or they don't have those agents built to that level. Totally fair. Totally understandable. I'm not like that. I really like this mode. I haven't played it that much, but I really like it. I would love to see more of it, if that makes sense. The Battle Tower, the new one I was not a big fan of, but overall I do like the mode. I just don't like the whole, like, oh, everyone starts in the miasma phase and they have a bunch more health now. It wasn't that much, it wasn't that fun. I do like the music. I really do like the music. Hollow Zero. Yeah, I like Hollow Zero. I'm somewhat satisfied. That's fun. In your opinion, what is mechanical skill level of the current combat experience? I would say I want to say it's relatively high, but I'm okay with it. For me personally, I mean, it depends on the fight, because you could really try to hyper optimize some fights. I don't usually do that for every fight. There's some fights I'll do it. Like if I really need to, there's some fights where I'll hyper optimize, like my recent run with Billy Caesar Zhao. I did hyper optimize that fight. Not hyper optimize. I took 45 minutes to optimize it. But I did try to optimize what I could. But like if I'm just playing casually, like regularly, I would never do that. So I think it's just right. I don't want it to become higher, really. Unless, of course, your baseline is I'm playing Yesheng Wang and I want to have more interactions with enemies. It's like, yeah, there's an easy way to do that. Stop playing Yesheng Wang. I think it's just right. Which statement best describes your situation? I do like it, but although I like this challenging stuff, I want to have a more relaxed time. I always pick this one because there needs to be more casual content in this game. I would say the biggest issue with Zenless right now is there is not enough casual content for people to form a community around, and I really want there to be more of it. Kyle Hendrick, yo Jimbo, please give me your blessing. Yesheng Wang has not gotten home yet, and I'm trying to clear Crater with Billy. Kyle Hendrick Silver Alvin. Is that your full government name? What? Kyle, I hope that you get better with Billy. I hope your pulls go well. That's it. What are you most looking forward to in future Zenless Zone combat experiences? Combat, honestly, I want to play more characters. I want to interact with enemies and use more characters. I don't care about I don't want super high difficulty. I don't want easy or less difficulty. I can always make the game harder or easier for myself. I can do that just fine. How would you rate my overall experience with Zenless's story? Here's the thing. I somewhat like the story. There are a lot of aspects I could say that I think were poorly executed early on. The problem is, like, the bad parts are just like, these are kind of whatever. They're new. I think the bad parts are somewhat dissatisfying, and the good parts are very satisfying. And so it's like, what's the middle ground? Is the middle ground neutral, or is it somewhat satisfied? I would say somewhat satisfied personally. I feel more satisfaction than dissatisfaction. What is my opinion on the aspects of the plot experience, faith and story? Oh man, oh boy. For agent stories, I'll just put very satisfied. Seeds was a banger. The agent stories are usually done very well. Jafufus was just kind of whatever. But like when the agent stories are really good, I think they really excel very well. The event stories, I think they're whatever. I think they're kind of, sometimes they're interesting, but most of the time it's like not that important. For the main story, my next discussion could be about like the story itself. Yeah, Pryo, it's 2.5 did a really good job of recontextualizing Yi Xuan, as much as that sounds awkward to say. It's like, yes, oh my gosh, like the issues we had in 2.0 of why is Yi Xuan such a boring character? It's like, oh wow, look at that. We have personality and motivations and backstory that are now finally fully explained. They were hinted at before. I'm not saying 2.5 did it for the first time, but now they're finally brought to light. It's like, yes, finally, good writing for Yi Xuan. That's what I've been dreaming of. Because Yi Xuan has always been an interesting character, but she was the highlight of 2.0 and was given nothing to work with. Like, she has funny quirks and a personality, but she wasn't allowed to do anything in the story. So, man, I want the story to be better. I think the story is at least okay. I might say it's decent. The good parts of 2.5 are really good, and the neutral parts of 2.5 were just kind of blah. They're whatever. I wasn't dissatisfied. I will put somewhat satisfied for this. My overall experience with the Zenless Zone events I've participated in, I'm pretty neutral. I think some of them are good and some of them are just boring. Like, oh, the combat event, go to the HIA and fight these enemies. Like, yeah, cool, whatever, that's fine. My overall take on the upgrading experience, I don't care about any of these. These are all boring. City exploration. I like finding the dialogue between NPCs. There was a secret, not a secret. There is a dialogue option with Billy if you inspect one of the posters in Wi-Fi Peninsula. Billy will just show up and talk about Monica because there's a poster with Monica there. That's cool. I like that. I like that kind of world building. I want there to be more of that kind of stuff because I actually like that a lot. I know some people just skip through the dialogue. It's like, yeah, but you're lame. If you're reading this complaining that, oh, the story's so long, I just skipped the whole thing. It's like, yeah, that's fair, but like, the story's there for a reason. It'd be one thing if he said it was bad. And like, if the story were bad, I would skip it. But like the story of like, oh, Billy came up and talked to me. That's cool. It's like, why'd you skip it? Isn't that somewhat interesting? Billy shows up in Wi-Fi Peninsula. Why'd he show up? It's like, oh, who cares? Just skip it. Like, no, dude, just read it. It's fine. Read. Hollow exploration. It's somewhat satisfying now, but I wish there was more of it. Man, like, what we have is fun, but what we have is so little. The recent one was really fun. I was in there for like an hour and a half doing stuff. I thought that was really great. Maybe not really great. I thought it was better than what we've had before. Agent trust missions? I'm kind of neutral on the trust missions. I don't really care that much about them. Very dissatisfied. That's an easy one. This is really boring. Theoretically, it could have been fun. It was not made fun. Next thing you know, you're Billy in a fight with Boniway. Fun fact, Billy and Boniway do have dialogue. There was a hangout thing with Boniway and Billy. Billy basically tells Boniway that the Starlight Knights are real, and Boniway believes him. What devices do I primarily have I played games on? I'm gonna dox myself here, or something. I guess. I have a 3DS, that counts. I've never had an Xbox. Mobile games I played in the past 6 months. Not roguelikes, not shooters, not strategies. Open world, not really. I don't play it on my phone. I'll put collections. I'll put turn-based. Card games. That's about it. Console PC games. Deck building. I have not played MMORPGs. I play strategy games. Open worlds, not really. Roguelites, not really. Single player RPG, yes. Simulations, I haven't recently. Fighting games, within the past 6 months? Oh yeah. I don't play a lot of fighting games for the record. I'm not very good at it. Single player action, yes, absolutely. Single player RPGs, yes. Is Nier really a real-time RPG? I guess it is. Have I played for over a month? I guess Genshin and Star Rail. And it's just Star Rail. Star Rail is pretty easy to play. You just kind of autopilot it. Over a month previously. This is yeah, that's about it. It's just that one. Previously, where would me? I guess that's the only one. Yeah, that's it. Have I played for more than 20 hours? Probably Street Fighter. I have not gotten Elden Ring yet. I'm not against it. I just haven't gotten yet. I have Bayonetta. I have not put in more than 20 hours into Bayonetta. So I do have the Devil May Cry series. I haven't started it yet. It's in my Steam account. Same with Neo and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I just bought this recently. I haven't gotten into it yet. I really want to, though. Games I'm keeping an eye out for? Pretty much none of these. I saw some people play Silver Palace today. Like, I saw them playing it, and I wasn't paying attention. I was like, oh, okay, they're playing it. Cool. I don't know what that is. Ananta, I'm not really keeping up with it. It's like, oh, it's coming out. Arc Knight Enfields, I hope it's fun. I'm not really keeping up with it. I mean, I might play it if it's fun, but right now I'm not playing it. Oh, that's it. Comments or suggestions? Okay. Chat, what do you think I should put here? I could put, get off the window capture. We could make this, my notepad. Where is it? Notepad. That's Thunderbird, Terminal, Image Glass, VLC. Okay, whatever. I'll just make this full screen. I'll save us, chat. I'll save us from the blinding lights. What do I want to put in here? I'll write it here and copy paste it there. So I will save our eyes some terror. Hold up. Flashbang real quick. Comments or suggestions? Okay. Just have to double check. I would... on oh, why is it going off screen? I'll press enter. Player base. Right now, co-op is a great start, but I want to see more of it. Co. Co-op is a great start, and I want to see more of it. Let's see. I want to see tent for agents overall, so that there is more versatility in gameplay. For example, not helping anomaly agents by making teams other than hype disorder turbo. I'm going to put double spaces so I can tell what the actual paragraphs are for this. Let's see. Additionally, if I can spell additionally correctly, I like what you have done with the potential unlocks and would like to see more of them. However, I don't want them to be an excuse to increase. If I can't spell increase power creep. I want to see more of the sons to see of Caledon make S rank dilly as skill intend have a high skill ceiling, so he is still enjoyable to play. For the people who already play him, for the players who currently use him. He can have a low skill floor or a regular skill floor. Drive this loadouts. You can't see what I'm typing now. Drive disk loadouts. I don't need drive disk loadouts, but I want them because that would be the most helpful. I think I'll end it there. Well, actually, no. I have some more for the story. I want the main story. Personally engaging. And that agent. That there be agent stories that are but still worthwhile. Seeds was incredible. I think that's about all I'm going to say. Keep the score if you want. Keep the scoring if you want, but the timer was better. Yeah, that's about all I got. I could put in more, but I think I want to move on to the next stage. Alright, chat, get ready to be flashbanged. I'm going to adjust these so they're on the lines they need to be on. Alright, chat, get ready for the flashbangs. Ah! That's it. Yay, cool. I really do like separate agent stories. I think they're really fun. Like, not that I prefer it, but I think it allows the game to tell a story that doesn't have to be, oh, it's a world-ending disaster and Monato's here. It's like, okay, but can't we just have like a story with Monato? Forrest Gilbert, I just want to say thanks for always making measured and thoughtful content that encourages meaningful feedback to the devs. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Yeah, 60 polychromes, honestly, that's almost as much as getting an S rank in Shiyu Defense. Now, chat. This is going to be the fun part. I promise. I don't know how much longer I will be streaming, so I still want to do some of these. But I want to get you to give me teams for Deadly Assault in Shiyu Defense. I will play whatever teams you want me to use. They don't have to be the same team. I told you I played this team. It got 25k. It wasn't great. I can force it because I have the right teams. 4 disc set stat indicator in game. I'm so tired of waiting. I'm actively trying to make a mod for that. Really? Oh, what I forgot to put in there? Oh, there is one thing I should have put in there. I totally forgot about it. Sambi, Polker, Astra? Okay, we'll do that. I forgot to put in there. They changed how the sorting system works. So they'll put their like recommended drive disc sets first. I hate that. Stop putting Fanged Metal for Billy and Neko and Corrin. It's not good. Stop it. Neko, Billy, and Corrin do not want Fanged Metal ever. Stop putting it up here. I don't care what the players... You told the players they should put this on there? You were wrong. And the player base did it, and now we're stuck with it. I hate it. Don't use Fanged Metal on Billy. You're not getting assaults with him.
Starlight, it's time to shine.
Yeah, we can fight the creator with that team. Why not? I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. Attack, stun, support. Electric, ether, physical. She doesn't count for that? That's weird.
I'll give you a hand. He's promised. Numbers. I need something. Looking for intel or hiring me for a job?
You need to have equipment. I mean, you don't need to, but I would like for you to have some equipment. You're probably just stealing... not hers. Probably Pan's. You'll probably steal Pan's. Or most of Pan's. These you'll probably steal Yuzuha's. No, hers is crit damage. That's fine. And then, Pulchra, you're going to steal what everyone else steals. I don't think your impact really matters for this fight, but it's whatever. Yay, it's high enough. Cool. Also, we don't care about this engine.
No problem. Let's go have some fun.
I don't think this really matters. Hey, Kaleda, thanks for joining. Whoops, that was messed up.
Right on cue.
It's whatever.
Now you pay. A sound strategy.
I'm getting hit by everything! No!
Beg for mercy. Stretch that. Too late. Right on cue. Fall back. Defying order. Suffer eternally. This song is dedicated to the world. Roger that. He won't back down.
I'll just do the full team, why not? Get in there, Mercury, let's go!
Let's hurry up.
This is not going to be a good score. I have no defensive assist!
Weakling, you're nothing but prey. Right on cue. What you deserve.
This is not going to be good.
Engaging.
Nope, I'm messing that up. Whatever. That was not the right way to do it.
Let our souls resonate. Engaging. Not so tough
Oops.
now, huh?
I tried to do it right. Whatever. That did not feel good. I didn't realize what I was supposed to be doing until halfway through. Yeah, that was not a great score. If I played that better, obviously I would have done better. Honestly, I think Wandering Hunter would be a better fight for that team. All right, chat, tell me what to play. Give me a team. I want to see a team. Let's go. Astra, Neko, Trigger. I can try that. Zhao, Caesar, Seth. Honestly, that sounds kind of fun. Honestly, I should introduce a wheel for this. Like, have a wheel say I have to use this agent, and then chat give me the team based on that agent. Boniway, Monato, Lycon. Taz, what is that? What even is that team? Zhao, Caesar, Seth. You know what? Why not? I can do that. That's easy.
I'm here. Need a hand? Only the
If you need help, call me anytime.
I don't care what's on Seth. His build doesn't matter. And Caesar will not have this build. I'm preparing Seth to be my stand-in for Aria, so that's why his build looks weird. I guess I care about your crits, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Oops. Chat, this is gonna be bad, but that's fine. That's what we signed up for. I guess I can make it Woodpecker, why not? And for Caesar, we're going to give her the classic. We don't care about her impact. We care about her base stats. We can give her an impact slot 6, but We are going to give her 4-piece woodpecker. That's not a good one. I have to change this still. I almost forgot. That's good enough.
Okay, let's get ready.
It doesn't matter who we pick here. Oh gosh, this feels awful. But we're doing it. What am I doing? I am having fun. How long have I been streaming? Almost 3 hours. Okay, I have some more time, but not too much more time. I'm just launching this now just because I can probably get a stun here. There we go. I didn't want to get that chain attack there, but whatever. I forgot you need to hold the button for that one, but it's so annoying.
Here's our chance.
Weaklings! Not even close. Defying order. Suffer eternally. Weaklings!
Prepare.
Now we're gonna ult with Seth.
Now! The brave fear nothing. Not even close.
Never count out Bugset.
Halt! Not one step further.
We are getting to 14k with this, hopefully.
Watch closely. This is the real deal. Now!
I have not played this team before. We are actually not getting to 14k. We are doing that one more time. One more try, people. One more try.
even close. Weaklings. Defying order. Suffering turn to pulse. Not once.
I'm just doing this now because I want to.
Your crime won't be forgiven.
Victory's mine. My turn now. I'm gonna do my best. The brave fear nothing.
Leave it to me.
I probably should have saved onto Caesar's ult, but it's fine.
Defying order will suffer eternally.
Oops.
No use resisting.
Watch closely.
This is the real deal.
Now. Defying order. Suffer eternally. Not even close.
Prepare to face
To face judgment.
Weaklings. Not even close. Victory's mine. The brave fear nothing. There's more to battle.
Than just glory.
Hurry!
I don't know if we're getting to 14k with this team. I'm not very confident.
Now.
Yeah, we're not getting there. Man, that was rough. My Seth is level 55. That's why he wasn't doing well. That's the main reason, obviously. That's the only reason. If it is M6 Seth, I could honestly build DPS Seth. I don't feel like it. That's the honest answer. Could I build DPS Seth? Yes.
a mission.
Do I feel like doing that right now? No. Honestly, this would probably be better if I didn't have impact on here. As weird as that sounds. But whatever.
I'm here.
Should have ran Pan? Yeah, that's the difference maker right there. Monato Seth Lucia. That's usable. Why is she not core ref? Because I don't have the resources for it. That's it. It's not like there's not a specific reason.
Show you my real value.
How do I level this up? Insufficient materials. What do you want me to do? Oh, you can't see that over on the left side. Insufficient materials. What do you want me to say? They're insufficient. Well, duh, get the resources. Yeah, I will. I'll get them eventually. Yeah, Ruber, it's that simple. Orthodox. A rank unlock potentials when? That's a great question.
I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy.
Monato Yuzu Orphe would be fun. We'll try that. Monato Yuzuha Orphe. Wait, you say that'll be fun. Hold on, I'm noticing a big issue. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm sure nothing bad could happen.
Promise this where we Is it Soldier Orphe? I'm not late, am I?
So this team is not going to be this. It's going to be this. And Monato is going to do a gamer move and steal. I have a specific build set up for him already. That's not Moonlight Lullaby. I want that and this. Is it this one or this one? It's this one. That's defense. Oh yeah, of course it's defense. That's all it can be. It is sad that the best one I have for a slot, I think it's this one. I can't remember. No, it wasn't. It was not this one. It's this one because the crit damage is bad, but that's fine because the HP percent on this is better. This is the Monato. His crit looks really low, and that's because we're buffing it with Yuzuha and Inferno Metal and his own W engine. It's going to be basically 100. This is 20. This is 28, and Game Ball is another 17.5. Let me bust out my handy dandy calculator.
Take your time. I'm listening.
Base stats 31.4. Oops, that's the wrong calculator. 4 plus 28 plus 19.5 plus his skills. This gives him another 10 plus 10 plus 17.5. We are overcapping his crit rate. That's fine. It's fine. Not much I can do about that. This is the best best I can do with what I got. I mean, I can do something about it. I could give him a different I could give him this instead, but I don't think it's better.
I can become even.
I could give Orphe Inferno Metal as well. I don't feel like it. But I do feel like giving her is a better, slightly better W engine. Yes, Quaff, it's not that Yuzuha's giving it, it's that Game Ball's giving it, and Yuzuha through Game Ball will give it. That is one thing I should have checked first. I can give Orphe pen ratio, and that's what I'm going to do. It's a slight increase, and that's probably important. And because you have the crit, you have a crit damage, I want you to have crit rate to make up for the loss in the stats. That's not where I want to go. That's better.
Geared up and ready.
Because she gives herself 25 anyway.
Not late, Emily.
It's not up here, it's up here. Gives herself 25. She's getting another 12 from her disc set. That's 37 up to here. That's like 80% crit rate.
Command.
That's not including game ball. So she will have close to 100, but not quite. Yes. Generally speaking, Alice's is very good because it's a giant stat stick for a stat that most agents can't get. Flat Anomaly Mastery is very powerful. It also means you can swap out Anomaly Mastery Disc 6 for attack percent if you feel like it.
Reporting in.
I need to attack with Yuzuha because the one thing I need is to get her buff. If I can actually do the follow-up I'm trying to do.
Tactical strategy. Scorch earth. Affirmative. Come on. Don't be nervous.
No, I can't get the stun. Hold on. If I can't get the stun in time, I'm just going to burn through my ults before. Maybe there's a possibility if I did the right defensive assist I could, but from this team without a stunner, I don't think I can force it.
Not done yet.
Come on. Don't be nervous. Tactical strategy. Scorch earth. Careful, Captain.
Begging for mercy. Should have started with that.
Was the stream buffering? Sorry if that happened. Which one are you? Ah, come on.
Scorching wind.
Don't want to mess with me. Tactical strategy. Relay combat.
Not the bird. I'm going all in.
Your luck's run out. Go, come on.
I have not looked at the score yet. And then this will not be inside his damage. That's fine. We're close to stunning again. I can get it here.
Not done yet. Running away? Too late.
We're not going to hit the full duration, and that's fine. We can click close to 20k. Oh, we got 20k! Yay! Not too bad, not too bad. Obviously, I would optimize that better, but getting 20k with this team, not too bad, not too bad. That's the power of Inferno Metal, baby. Also the power of Game Ball. There's a really done team I ran for Shiyu 6 back then. I call it Universe 7. Vivian as Frieza, Bernice as Goku, and Billy as Android 17. It sucks. Thank you, Moopers. That means a lot. I do not have Vivian, but I would have played that team. In fact, I can. That's the wrong thing to click on. I just put it on Game Capture. I do think I have to end very soon, so I will play one final team. I will play something Anomaly Billy. Could I humbly request lighter Billy? You know what? Yeah, that's fine. This is fine.
Man is iron. I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy. Whatever. I can become here.
You want
Oh, Starlight, it's time to shine.
Oh boy, this is. I'm not gonna try that. That sounds awful. Caesar, give me my equipment back. Miyabi, your equipment was taken. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is this? What am I doing? This is dreadful. Let's do it. We need impact. And King of the Summit. See, this is why we need to drive this loadout, so that you guys don't have to watch this every time I have to do this. Normally I would be like, oh, let's try to optimize lighter stats. And then you remember, oh, right, so he does no damage against this boss, so it doesn't matter. And I think we're going with this. Honestly, I could force Inferno Metal Billy. I might try this once, see how it feels, and when I don't like it, because I know I won't like it, I will switch to Inferno Metal, probably.
Starlight, it's time to shine. I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy. I'm ready to roll.
Stage details. It's a my anomaly buff. Okay, yeah, this is going to be dreadful. It's fine. It's fine. Where's Denny Boo? Or Lucky Boo? It's Lucky Boo. We got this. Believe. Don't believe. This is dreadful. But believe. Yeah, exactly. See the links. Wow, Bernice would be really good if she can inflict burns against this boss, who was not the boss she wants to inflict burns against.
Not bad, not bad. It's my turn.
Come dance with me.
Nice try. Feel the ultimate starlight. Let's clear him out.
I have enough energy to set up the trick I've been trying to pull off.
Ready for a fiery feast?
For chat, if you didn't realize, that was Billy's charged EX. For some reason, Billy can use his charged EX under a very specific condition. It's nonsense, and that was one time I actually noticed I had the energy needed to pull it off.
Feel the power of starlight. Gotcha now. I pledge my honor.
I thought you were going to start your phase. There we go.
My pleasure. Feel the ultimate starlight.
This one is lit.
There it is. Let's clear him out. Starlight, shine bright.
This party is just getting started.
I can show it up here. I just did it again, by the way. It's hard to do in real fights.
Make way for the undefeated champion. It's my turn. My bad. So cool. Feel the ultimate starlight. Let's clear him out. Don't worry, everyone will get their share.
Yeah, I don't think we can do much better than that with this team. Unfortunately, even with Inferno Metal, I can try it, but I don't think it'll be better. Because she really wasn't burned that frequently. Also, Lighter's not doing anything for Billy, right? Like, let's be honest. I think Lighter is the worst partner for right now. We're buffing Fire, which is not doing anything. I will try to use Inferno Metal. Do they let me choose? No, I have to go to a different selection. That's so annoying. I hate this. First, I just actually want to see, how long does it take to burn this boss? Okay, this is going to take a while. Even with Alice's W engine, this is how long it's taking to get one burn. Now it's burned. 30 seconds into the fight, we finally got one burn. Inferno Metal's not the way. Unfortunately. If I had Bernice's Mindscape 2, this would be a lot better. Because her Mindscape 2 would actually give me a ton of pen ratio. But alas, I don't have it. It's probably goated lore-wise. Do you replace Bernice with Caesar? Yes. Yes, it would be. Honestly, I think replacing... I was about to say replace Bernice with Lucy. Because I still want to try this... Oh, darn it, I did it again. Did I? No, I did not. Unfortunately, I do want to get this last one done, and I do want to try to force this to get an A rank at the very least. So Billy and Lighter. Lighter's the weakest member of this team, and that's fine. We just need to pair him with a good support, like Caesar. Her stun damage multiplier isn't high. I think also Billy's additional isn't being activated, but it doesn't really matter. His damage is still the best on the teams. I could force Orphe. It wouldn't be good though. Honestly, I think I have to do trigger with her W engine. I think she can force it. Maybe. But I don't want to do that. If I played Zhao, I could take advantage of the DA buff. We're gonna do this. We will try this. We are not getting assaults. That's not happening.
Starlight, it's time to shine.
Do I use this? I don't think I need to. I am not getting the normal damage I would on my chain attacks. I'll just switch it. Why not? What's the worst I could... Actually, no. Zhao gives so much damage percent anyway. I can switch to Brimstone. Honestly, I could switch to Severed Innocence. But I'd rather not have to worry about that. Try the Cunning Hairs on any content. You will be getting an A rank and you'll like it. In all honesty, I could A rank the creator probably and get an A. Honestly, I should just take this team against the creator. What am I doing? Why am I doing it here? Just to make Lighter suffer? You can't do that to me, game. I dodged. That takes forever to start a chain attack. Hello? I know she's sitting on her ult. I want to save it. I hope this hits from this far away. It does! Yay!
Feel the ultimate starlight. Feel the super. Let's clear him out. Here we go again.
I messed that up. It's fine.
Don't worry, everyone will get their share. Gotcha now. Easy target. Perfect. I pledge my honor.
Stop hitting me, lady.
Feel the ultimate starlight. Let's clear him out.
My turn now. I'm gonna do my best.
Yes, Zhao's sprint does deal damage. I am aware of that. Here we go again. Let's do it. Oh, I mistimed my energy. My bad. That was an A though, right? I'm pretty sure it was. That was a B? How close was I? Oh my gosh. If I actually did my EX, I would have had that. One more try. One more try. This is not the boss to fight. This is not the team to use against Feed, by the way. But I'm going to force it. By golly, I'm going to force it one way or another. This is the last try, and then I'll probably be ending things. I have other things to do. Ow, I dodged. You can't do that to me, game.
Feel the power of starlight.
I dodged. I'm dodging these. That's cheating.
Gotcha now. Let's clear him out. Take it easy, brother. Feel the
Take it easy, brother. That's the voice lines they share.
Don't worry, everyone will get their share. Eyes up.
I did that wrong. That's fine. I messed that up. I want to restart just on principle, because I did not like how that first wave was going. Darn it, I messed that one up. That's fine. Whoops, I messed that up too. That's whatever.
Feel the power of starlight. It's my turn.
That was a bit janky, but that's fine.
Let's clear him out. It's showtime! Keep it up! There it is. Make way for the undefeated champion! Gotcha! Easy target! Perfect!
We need the decibels on Billy for this.
Perfect.
That is true. I didn't think about that. We are buffing Zhao to be a better DPS in this team.
I call this move Funny Slash Combo. Hoi, ah.
Feel the ultimate starlight. Let's clear him out. Don't worry,
Yay, assaults.
everyone will get their share.
Okay, this is definitely an A.
Feel the power of starlight. It's my turn. Gotcha now.
Can I get one more stun? One more stun.
Easy target. Perfect. You're slipping, brother. I pledge my honor. Bang! Feel the ultimate starlight.
Darn it, that's not the A. That's so close. That's so close. If I had done that slightly better, I'm so close. I'm gonna do. It's right there. I'm gonna get this. Lighter is the weakest link in this team, unironically. What are you doing, lady? Attack me!
Easy target. Perfect. There it is. Gotcha. Feel the ultimate starlight. Let's clear him out. It's showtime! Eyes up!
My turn now. I'm gonna do my
I'm gonna use her ult now. Just because.
Feel the power of starlight. Let's off.
Oh, darn it. It's whatever.
Not bad.
Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm charging my Billy.
Gotcha now. I'm unstoppable. Stand still. It's my turn. Take it easy, brother. Gotcha. Feel the ultimate starlight. Easy. Perfect. Let's clear him out. Starlight,
Shine bright.
Isn't it over?
It's not over yet. Oh, we're almost there. Pledge my honor. We're right here. We got this.
Let's clear him out.
Watch closely. This is the real deal.
Don't worry, everyone will get their share.
No, we're... Oh, I'm so annoyed. That's so annoying. We're so close. The performance points. It was that one hit for performance points. I literally had it. It was just performance points. Literally, we were 1,400 points away from perfect. I was going above and beyond if those performance points were there. That's crazy. That's why it felt so good. I was like, why is my score so low?
In my sight.
Ah, that stinks.
I'll save ya.
Do some moves I can hit you with, lady. Quit running away and fight like a man. You're not a man. You're an ethereal gremlin monster.
Feel the ultimate starlight.
That's fine.
Let's clear him out. Don't worry.
I don't know if I canceled his EX damage with that. I feel like I did.
Keep it up.
I don't have time to do the full thing.
I call this move Funny Slash Combo.
Easy target. Perfect. There it is. Nothing to it. Take it easy, brother. Feel the ultimate starlight. Let's clear him out. It's go time.
Joe, you were in the middle of your thing, so I couldn't call you? That's so annoying. Whatever.
Perfect. My pleasure.
We should stun right here.
Feel the ultimate starlight. Gotcha now. Let's clear him out. Starlight, shine bright.
That's it. We'll end on Zhao. Why not? The real carry, the hyper carry of the team. That's an interesting wipeout screen. Chat, thank you for joining me on this adventure. Again, Lighter is the weakest link in this team, unironically. He's not doing anything for Billy, and he's barely doing anything for Zhao. Fine, I will do one more fun run against this boss with the cunning hairs because you're asking for it. This will be a one and done. We're not resetting this, and we're going to whatever we get is whatever we get. It's the final hurrah. The final, honestly, the weakest link of this team is Ambi. Ambi is the worst character on this roster right here. We can do it, it's just, it's kind of annoying. Lighter, let me steal everything you had equipped to you. Where is Lighter? Oh, why is it? I hate this, what they did to the sorting thing. And you can't change it up here, it's so annoying. Filter by level. Does that change it? No, it doesn't. Isn't it used to be? I thought it used to be all like by like the class or something. It's so annoying. I should have put that in my fix the game portion, but I forgot. Does it really matter? Not really. Honestly, it should probably be attack percent, but it's whatever. She does deal physical damage, so unironically, we can put Game Ball on her. And the boss is weak to physical, so that's why it works.
Standing by. Let's move.
Get in here, Emilion. Let's go. This is gonna be dreadful. Jacob, no. So, for some reason, there's a specific setup. But if you do his specials, and while you do your specials, you gain enough energy for an EX. You can I'll show it right here, actually. Oh, if I can actually do it. If I don't get hit doing it, I should say. Because I'm forgetting that Nicole doesn't give a quick assist to Billy when I do that.
Billy, go grease your gear.
Sorry, boss. I got this.
No, that was a regular one. I can't do it without Caesar. Right here.
Let me give you a little treat, like this.
Let's clear him out. Feel the ultimate starlight.
I'll show you.
Feel the power of starlight. Starlight, shine bright. Ah!
I'm just gonna use her ult here. And then Nicole's here, just because.
Easy target. Perfect.
I can't dodge you over there. What the heck? That's cheating.
Nice try.
Starlight. It bites her. It bites her. Starlight Knights, assemble. Let's clear him out. Feel the ultimate Starlight. Don't worry, everyone will get their share.
Nicole's debuff was not active. That's fine. And I can't show off the trick right here. It's fine. We got an A. And that's all we're going to get. There's no way we can get more. I'll show you very quickly in the training room, Jacob. Or actually, no. Because I can just show it against probably Fiend. But I'll just go to the training room real quick. One more thing, and then we will end stream there.
Starlight, it's Starlight Knights, let's go.
That team probably can't get an S, simply because we don't have the buff from the Ether Veil, and Ambi can't deal enough stun to do 3 stuns, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you can try to force it, but I don't think it's worth doing. That's not supposed to hit me. What the heck? Anyway, pay close attention to my energy in the top left. That's it. That's about all you have to do. So here's the fun fact. There's no real application for this. Because the only way you can get this is if you're really perfect at timing your energy, which in a real fight, the enemy's never standing still outside of stuns, so that doesn't matter. And the only way you can try to fish for your energy like this is if you have a character like Caesar, which also means it doesn't matter. And I can show you the energy, the difference in damage. Look at the number on screen. It's going down because of Brimstone, by the way. If I had Brimstone on, those numbers would be higher. So it's around like 13k. 1374. Now I need to burn these two. I'm trying to get rid of my Brimstone stacks. $36.9. That's double. Or something. It should be close to double. I can't do the math off the top of my head. I don't know if that was done properly, but the point is it's supposed to be double. Oh, it's also my... I don't know if I counted my woodpecker, because I did it raw. Whatever. Who cares? No, he doesn't have his gear. He has a glitch. That's what he has. This is a bug. It's not a visual bug. It's an actual bug. He's not supposed to have this. He has his gear from the first Lost Void. He doesn't have it in the 2.0 one. The 2.0 one took this charge one away. 2.0 took it away, and It's technically the buff from his Lost Void, but it doesn't give you... It's not the same. It's just double the damage multiplier. And by double the damage multiplier, I mean if you go to his... Show the stats on his EX, it's this times 2. It's not a double buff. It's multiplying this base value by 2. That's it. We just discovered this recently. We don't know how long he's had it. It's very likely he's had this for a while and no one's found it. Until very recently. And as I said before, the only way to practically get it is to, 1, not have energy, and then you fish for your specials. So obviously in a real fight, I would have been hit by then, which means there's no point to ever doing this outside a stun. And even inside a stun, it's hard to pull off consistently because you just don't have the... You might have too much energy. So the ideal situation during stun is you get into a situation like this, where you have this much energy. You can do your ult, and then you have time to do this. That's like a stun rotation, I guess. It's possible, but that's hard to do consistently with 3 other characters on screen. It's just not reasonable to do in a real... yes, with Caesar it's doable. It's hard to do consistently, though. That's why it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters, but, like, you don't need to learn it. It increases your damage output, but by the point you're increasing your damage output, you're probably already good enough to not need it. Alright, that's it, chat. Thanks for joining me today. That was a fun discussion. Whoops, that's the wrong screen. I hope you all had fun. I hope we learned some valuable lessons. I hope some laughs were had. I hope we enjoyed our time together. Before we go, I want to check very quickly to see if I can send y'all to a friend to have fun with them instead. Just because I quit doesn't mean I can't share the love. I'm not quitting, but I'm ending stream. But if you're gonna stick around with a pal, stick around with a buddy. That's not the right tab. Oops, my bad. You can't see it, but I can see it, and I can see it's not the right tab. Why'd I do that? Okay, now I can finally go to where I need... Tampa Never Sleeps is live. What are they streaming? They're streaming Tekken 8. Tampa Never Sleeps is goated, but I want to see if anyone in the community is streaming right now live on YouTube. Asriel Vanity is streaming, but he's not streaming Zenless. Hold up, I see 2 potential winners. But he's on break right now, so it's hard to... I don't want to send you to a YouTube video that's with a guy who's on break. So I will send you... Chat. I want you to send this guy some love. And that's it. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. Good night. Bye.